Chapter 413. What's the deal? Asked Zhuge. The Simians are willing to pay taxes in good faith to keep the imperial court running. However, you must release Yuan Shashing's incarnation and the great ape king's true body. You must also withdraw from the demonic ape temple of chaos. You must also set boundaries and refrain from invading the Simians' forests. What do you say? Very well thought out. When Guqinsha heard this, he chuckled. I've already taken over the demonic ape temple of chaos. There's a lot of wealth in there, and I'm prepared to empty it all out. Then, I can use the temple as a foundation to develop a huge city. This is the territory of the great Yonko court. Withdrawing is out of the question. Your Highness, you're right. Zhuge waved his hand and said, Since you want to reconcile, your proposal is not sincere at all. Moreover, the bloodline of the demonic apes in this area is the descendants of the demonic ape deity of chaos. The group of monkeys with the bloodline of the demonic ape deity of chaos are not here. Instead, they live in the deeper parts of the forest. The four ancient divine apes actually do not get along with each other very well. They fight each other very fiercely. If I remember correctly, you and the demonic ape deity of chaos are also enemies. Why stand up for him? The way I see it, you should take advantage of this opportunity to take over his descendants and increase the power of your tribe. Are you trying to divide us? The Simians are a single entity. Even if we have internal strife, it's our own business. If we're invaded, we have to work together against a common enemy. The yin-yang ghost ape wasn't moved by Zhuge flowery words in the slightest. Instead, it said in a harsh voice, You humans are divided into factions in the imperial court. But if you run into a devil apocalypse, are you going to kill each other? Good. Very good. The yin-yang ghost ape is a reasonable man. Zhuge, you did some calculations. How about this? I'll also propose 100 years' worth of taxes to the Immortal Commerce Bureau. At the same time, the yin-yang ghost ape, Thousand Transformations Stone Ape, and Vajra Fighting Ape will sign an agreement not to invade each other. You'll pay tribute every year, and you'll send experts to fight back against the devil apocalypse. Lord of 7 Stars, you talk a lot, said the yin-yang ghost ape, his voice tinged with killing intent. Don't worry, I still have something to say. Zhuge said, the ape tribe will definitely benefit from this. That is, when the emperor comes out of seclusion, I will present a memorial to you and reward you. Each of the 3 great ape gods will be granted 1,000 years of lifespan. Also, the ape tribe can have a share of the demon that you kill and feed the heavenly demon tree to the altar in the demon area. What do you think? Of course, you 3 divine apes can also learn the sky demon secret technique. The yin-yang ghost ape looked at Zhuge without saying a word. Clearly, he was a little tempted. The mystic techniques in the Sky Fae book were a huge temptation to any Fae. Furthermore, the Sky Fae tree could produce many treasures that were very useful to gods. I know that the demon race's holy land is the nest of myriad dragons. Li Wanlong has wild ambitions and wants to unify the demons of 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. He wants to become a peerless hegemon and accomplish an unprecedented feat. Your ape tribe will be the first to submit to him. Unfortunately, you 4 ape gods don't want to submit to him. If you cooperate with the Immortal Commerce Bureau, the ape tribe will only benefit. Guqinsha could tell that the demon race's internal strife was extremely brutal, far more complicated than the factional struggles of the human court. The Heavenly Talisman Emperor still exists. There's no doubt about that, said the yin-yang ghost ape slowly. If he weren't here, the 3 celestials would have long since made their move, and the chaotic, demonic ape god seal would have been broken. Your conditions are very generous. Just the fact that you can extend our lifespan by 1,000 years is already very valuable. Everything else is secondary. Do as you see fit, yin-yang ghost ape. Zhuge, you didn't seem prepared to explain any further. The Sky Fae tree has many secrets. Even if I told you the Sky Fae secret art, you wouldn't be able to grow a Sky Fae tree. The Sky Fae tree is fused with the central Wutu Great Virtue flag, the bloodlines of the 5 sacred beasts, and a host of other supreme treasures. If the Skyfay tree matures, it will be of great help to your ape tribe. For example, if the Skyfay tree produces a Skyfay human transformation fruit and gives it to your ape tribe, then you'll completely transform into humans. That's the ultimate evolution. In addition, the Imperial Court's treasury also has the fruit of the Grand Mist tree. If it's refined into a medicinal pill, can you imagine the benefits? Very good. The yin-yang ghost ape suddenly laughed. In that case, let's sign an agreement. However, we still need to discuss the specifics. Lord of 7 Stars, do you dare to leave the common people's wish sphere and come to our Mount Sumeru to sign an agreement? If Mr. Zhuge wants to cultivate the heavenly demon tree, I can. Gu Qinsha suddenly said, I've long heard of ancient secrets. Originally, the 4 great apes lived in Mount Meru. This mountain is an ancient divine mountain that contains the supreme mysteries of the universe. It is one of the heavenly pillars of the land of infinity. Later on, the demon ape of chaos became a god and left the land of infinity to reach the god realm, leaving you 3 great apes to cultivate. Did you invite us to see our sincerity? I don't know if you dare, the yin-yang ghost ape said. Of course I dare, Gu Qinsha said. Good, you have guts. Us brothers also want to see how heroic the son of the heavenly talisman emperor is. The yin-yang ghost ape exclaimed in admiration. As long as you dare to come to Mount Meru, where we brothers live. So what if we 3 brothers agree to your request? There's no problem with the simian tribe paying taxes for 100 years. The land surrounding the chaotic, demonic ape temple will also be given to you. Your Highness, this is a dangerous trip. Demons have never been trustworthy. Zhuge frowned. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I can use this chance to break through. I want to see what dangers there are. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. Besides, I've already reached an agreement with the Xingqiang tribe. I won't die so easily. That's fine. I have my own plans. Zhuge calculated for a moment. Your Highness is very ambitious. In order to cultivate the heavenly Tao, you must experience many things. This negotiation with the simian tribe will be a great training. In that case, I'll go to Mount Meru now, Gu Qinsha said to the yin-yang ghost ape. Very good, very courageous indeed. As long as you dare to come to my Mount Meru, I will prepare a feast to welcome you. The yin-yang ghost ape gave a thumbs up. Release Yuan Shasheng, great ape king. Gu Qinsha reached out and threw the 2 sealed existences out of the common people's wish sphere. He didn't let the heavenly demon tree absorb them, instead releasing them. Yin-yang ghost ape, our tranquil immortal department is negotiating with your simian tribe. We've already shown enough sincerity. I hope that when I come to Mount Meru, you will do the same. The yin-yang ghost ape's expression changed. He hadn't expected that Gu Qinsha would release Yuan Shasheng and the great ape king just like that. This kid has great ambitions. He doesn't care about the gains and losses of a city or land. He has the courage to rule the world. He will become a great person in the future. Even though the yin-yang ghost ape was a deity realm expert, he couldn't control this kid. Little did he know that Gu Qinsha had battled with the Xingqiang tribe for a month at the bottom of the sea. He had long since honed his schemes. Although the yin-yang ghost ape was powerful, the difference between him and the Xingqiang tribe was like the difference between heaven and earth. Do you know the location of Mount Meru? The yin-yang ghost ape asked. I know all about these ancient secrets. I know the location of Mount Meru very well. Gu Qinsha said confidently. Then I will await your arrival. The yin-yang ghost ape's body finally disappeared. Mr. Zhuge, why do you think the yin-yang ghost ape wants us to go to Mount Meru to sign a contract? Is there something fishy going on? The 4th frowned. You can't trust the words of monsters. Moreover, the yin-yang ghost ape is the most cunning one. I know about this. A playful smile appeared on Gu Qinsha's face. However, the ape race's problem must be solved. Only then can we have no worries. Otherwise, our fief will be adjacent to the ape race's territory. Even if we banish the ape race now, they will come back. If we can reach an agreement with the ape race, it will be extremely beneficial for us. We can also sow discord between the ape race and the nest of 10,000 dragons. We could buy a lot of time for the world to be peaceful and for the devil disaster to break out. However, if we encounter danger, the three godly apes are not people you can handle. The power of the common people's wish sphere won't be able to reach them. The fourth was still worried. So, I'm going to find Wenhong. A deep smile appeared on Gu Chencha's face. Wenhong and my mother are friends. He has always taken care of me. Moreover, I can reach an agreement with him. For example, the Xing Qiangshi's memory. If I cooperate with him, he will not plot against me. So, you already have a plan. The fourth nodded. I thought you were being reckless. I won't be reckless. Gu Chencha's face darkened. I'll join forces with Wenhong. If these three old ape deities are scheming against us, we'll just eliminate them. I believe that the Grand Preceptor Wenhong can suppress the three godly apes. The three godly apes are actually almost out of energy. That's a good plan. Zhuge said, Your Highness, you are very calculative. There are many resources that we can use. Wenhong is indeed a good partner. His current cultivation is truly unfathomable. In that case, Mr. Zhuge, watch my plan. Gu Qinsha moved and left the common people's wish sphere. He headed for the lake in the sea of constellations in the depths of the wildlands. With his speed, it only took him an hour to reach the residence of the Grand Preceptor Wenhong. He looked out and saw countless stars twinkling in the depths, as though they were reflections of the universe. The Grand Preceptor Wenhong had replicated the depths of the vast starry sky. Gu Qinsha only observed quietly and did not make a sound. He believed that the Grand Preceptor Wenhong would be able to predict his arrival. As expected, in less than 3 breaths of time, a beam of starlight swept out and pulled him into the depths of the Star Nation. Chapter 414. The grotto heaven that the Grand Tutor Wenhong created was at the bottom of the ocean. He laid out a giant formation in the tens of thousands of miles of constellation ocean to absorb the power of the stars. He gathered it and merged it into the depths of his grotto heaven. Gu Qinsha fell into the grotto heaven. He seemed to have fallen into the vast starry sky, deep in the universe. The world he was in was filled with stars. Between the stars, there was a giant planet slowly spinning. There were mountains, rivers, land, plants, animals, and it seemed like the Grand Tutor Wenhong had created it himself. The giant planet was blue in color, and half of it was ocean. A suction force pulled Gu Qinsha down, and he landed on the planet. The planet was really huge. Gu Qinsha landed on it and felt really solid. He felt like there were billions of people living on it. However, the planet couldn't contain too much power. It was enough to house normal people, but not enough to produce cultivators. But the planet that the Grand Tutor Wenhong created already had the mysteries of creation, life, and destruction. At this moment, the Grand Tutor Wenhong was living in a palace. The palace was richly ornamented, and it seemed like an imperial city. In the palace, there were actually concubines, eunuchs, and guards. Outside the palace was a capital city. Outside the capital city were many cities forming a country. However, the people in this country were all normal people. The highest cultivation was the martial arts grandmaster. Their status was extraordinary, and it was impossible for Dao realm experts to appear. The Grand Tutor Wenhong created the vast starry sky. This was his grotto heaven. In the starry sky, he created a giant planet. There were mountains, rivers, oceans, and plains. On the plains, there were countries, humans, and there were all sorts of animals in the mountains. This was purely created by the Grand Tutor Wenhong. Such ability simply possessed the miraculous power of creation. Greetings, Uncle Hong. Gu Qinsha met Wenhong in the palace. Wenhong was wearing an ordinary linen robe and was sitting cross-legged. No one knew what he was thinking. When he saw Gu Qinsha approaching, he stared at him for a long time. Nephew, the speed of your improvement is simply unimaginable. Your accumulation is beyond my expectations. In the future, your achievements will definitely surpass mine. Uncle Hong, I came here mainly to join forces with you to do something. Gu Qinsha didn't hide anything. I obtained many of Xing Qiangshi's memories, as well as some memory fragments of the Seven-Star Lord, Jiang Gongwang, and the moment the heavenly demon tree formed. Many of the ancient demon sages left behind memories, as well as some of Heavenly Lord Tiany's secret techniques. I believe these things will be very useful to Uncle Hong. As he spoke, Gu Chansha transmitted all these memories to him. When Hong didn't refuse, he absorbed them all, then began to meditate on them. Before long, he had digested them all. These existences were also very powerful to him. The things they comprehended were also very valuable to him as a reference. That was especially true of Xing Qiangshi. Even if Wen Hong cultivated to the highest realm he could reach, he still wouldn't be a match for her. He also wouldn't be a match for Celestial Tai or Jiang Gongwan. Although Wen Hong's latent talent surpassed Fa Wuxian's, there was still a bit of a gap between him and the Lord of Seven Stars. Damn, you've acquired quite a few things. The Heavenly Demon Tome's cultivation methods helped me greatly. Wen Hong rose to his feet. He was so tall that he seemed capable of ripping apart the starry sky. Cracks appeared everywhere, and the power of the stars poured in. You want to join me in plotting against the 3 ape god kings? That's right. The 3 ape god kings are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Their lifespans are nearing their end. But the ape race has accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Gu Qinsha said, Uncle Hong, you can split that with me. Although the world is stable right now, it will only get more intense in the future. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay out of it. You're right, said Wen Hong, nodding. Undercurrents really are surging. I'll definitely be drawn into them. The only thing I can do is make sure I'm as strong as possible. The 3 ape god kings Mount Sumeru has existed since ancient times. I can absorb their quintessence and use it to strengthen my paradise. In addition to that, Uncle Hong, you can join me in plotting against Xing Qiangshi, said Gu Qinsha. I had a series of plans in mind. Actually, Xing Qiangshi isn't that scary, said Wen Hong. Wen Hong said, the most terrifying are the 3 great celestial exalts. During the primeval times, even though the Xing Qiang clan possessed extraordinary combat strength, it was still torn apart by the schemes of the 3 great celestial exalts. Since that battle, the 3 great celestial exalts stepped into a supreme and extraordinary realm. It can be said that no one in the world can scheme against them. That is, except for immortal treading. However, immortal treading doesn't view them as opponents. The 3 celestials are in seclusion, and they've set up many pawns in many places. Gu Qinsha frowned. For the 3 celestials, there's basically no way to attack their true bodies. I have some ideas. If we can release Xing Qiangshi, it'll be a huge blow to the 3 celestials. Xing Qiangshi's hatred for the 3 celestials is very strong. Wen Hong said, however, Xing Qiangshi probably can't do anything to the 3 celestials now. After all, Xing Qiangshi was torn to pieces, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He hasn't improved in so many years. Of course, but Xing Qiangshi was reborn, and he comprehended many things. As long as he has time to recover, his strength can improve. The 3 celestials can only join forces to deal with him. Gu Qinsha said, Uncle Hong, a martial emperor has appeared, and this person will cause a huge wave. This person is really terrifying. He stepped into the divergent realm and comprehended many mysteries. Unfortunately, he was killed by the 3 celestials and wasn't able to reach celestial treading. Wen Hong manipulated the sky dome, gathering the power of space and stars into a talisman above his head. This talisman contained the secrets of 10,000 stars. Apart from this, Gu Chansha discovered, to his astonishment, that there was even chaotic energy appearing within. It was being absorbed, broken down, and reforged. Endless methods of creation appeared. When Hong's cultivation was really terrifying and he had reached God realm. Who knew if he was at the 30th, 31st, or 32nd Tao realm? At his realm, Gu Qinsha couldn't guess anything at all. I am helping you craft a talisman. This talisman can only be used once, and it is called the Celestial Flying Talisman. Once it is activated, it will protect you from danger. In just a moment, the talisman formed into a physical form and was passed to Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha took it. Instantly, Many mysterious auras spread out from the talisman. These were some secrets that Wen Hong had comprehended recently. These were resources that merged into Gu Qinsha's mind. He instantly comprehended many things. Gu Qinsha obtained numerous cultivation techniques, knowledge, and comprehension bit by bit. He stood on the shoulders of many giants, and in the end, he formed his own cultivation technique. This talisman contained huge power, but it wasn't offensive. It was best for escaping. It was most suitable for Gu Qinsha's current state. If it was a talisman, if it was both offensive and defensive, then it would lose its dual nature. Why not make it more pure? Either attack, defend, or escape. As long as he escaped, he would have many chances in the future. Thank you, Uncle Hong, but if the 3 apes don't keep their promise, then I will need you to personally suppress them. Gu Qinsha kept the talisman. Of course, as long as you activate this talisman, I will sense it. I will know that the 3 apes are going back on their word. Wen Hong said, however, you still have to be careful. You can't let your guard down just because of my talisman. The yin-yang ghost ape is good at scheming. If he cooperates with demon saintly Wanlong, then I can't do anything. Apart from that, I have to guard against my greatest enemy. I may not be able to help you with all my strength. Uncle Hong's greatest enemy? Gu Qinsha frowned. The Great Spirit God. The Great Spirit God is my greatest enemy and also someone I must kill. Unfortunately, I'm not his match right now. A murderous aura appeared on Wen Hong's body. If it wasn't for his scheming, your mother would not have died. He is not the strongest god, but he is the most cunning god. He is no less cunning than the 3 celestial masters. Otherwise, he would not have survived trampling Celestial. The Great Spirit God is supporting Gu Tianjian from behind. We can find out the whereabouts of this god from Gu Tianjian. Gu Qinsha had been keeping an eye on this matter for a long time. It's not that simple. The Great Spirit God has given up his godly position. This is the beginning of an anomaly. In the last great change of heaven and earth, he actually gained a lot of benefits. Moreover, he is no longer the Great Spirit God. He has reincarnated into a brand new existence. Even I cannot divine his existence. What I am most worried about now is that the Master of the Sun and Moon has not appeared yet. If he obtains the profound meaning of the sun and moon, then things will be difficult. It is very likely that he will become an existence on par with the 3 celestial masters. Wen Hong's tone revealed a hint of worry. This god is so terrifying. A sense of danger suddenly rose in Gu Qinsha's heart. I know that you have recently defeated Jing Xiu and ruined his great plan. What do you think of this person scheming? Wen Hong asked. Absolutely terrifying. He's a great strategist. Given time, he will definitely become a martial emperor, Gu Qinsha said. Then let me tell you, compared to the Great Spirit God, martial emperor and Jing Xiu's methods are like children who have just learned how to walk. Wen Hong was definitely not exaggerating. He has never revealed himself, but in fact, he has many secrets. Even God Maha has been schemed against by him. This god and I have a grudge against each other for killing my mother. However, Father sealed all the gods. Even God Maha could not escape, but he gave up his godly position and came out. This shows that he is superior to the gods. Gu Qinsha was secretly on guard. Wen Hong's words made him take this matter seriously. Unfortunately, we really cannot find this demon's hiding place. Chapter 4:15. Who knows where this god is? Gu Qinsha thought for a long time. Since even Gu Tianjian doesn't know, this god must be hiding very well. How can we find him? He abandoned his godly position and reincarnated as a human. His cultivation must not have fully recovered. If I'm not wrong, he must be in a weakened state. If we want to kill this god, now is the best time. Wu Dankong. Wen Hong said a name. She must know where the Great Spirit God is. Moreover, the Great Spirit God will find her because the divine decree is in her hands. If the Great Spirit God wants to recover his strength and improve further, or even reach the realm he has always dreamed of, he must use this talisman to obtain some fate from the heavenly Tao. If that's the case, Father didn't kill this god back then because he wanted me to take revenge with my own hands. Gu Chunsha suddenly understood. Maybe this god is Father's way of testing me. If I can kill this god with my own hands, I will definitely be able to gain the greatest enlightenment. It's not impossible. Trexian's way of doing things is unfathomable. With his methods, killing the great spirit god is not a problem. No matter how this demon hides, it will be difficult for him to escape his control. That's why he kept him alive. It's very possible that he left him alive for you to kill. If you can fight this god with your wits and courage, your cultivation will definitely increase to an extremely high realm. However, with your current cultivation and wisdom, you are far from being able to deal with this demon. When Hong said, "Actually, ever since I cultivated the god's means, I've always been able to faintly sense that this fiend holds great enmity towards me. At the most critical moment, this fiend will definitely brazenly attack and kill me. Looks like I'll plot against Wu Dankong in the future. I'll use this woman as bait to lure this demon out," Gu Qinsha said. "You have great fate on you. It seems that Tracian helped you and twisted your fate, causing unimaginable changes in the future." When Hong said, "I've already gained a lot of benefits from you. Looks like I'll get even more benefits in the future. However, you must not underestimate the enemy because of this and think that you will be able to turn misfortune into fortune no matter what happens to you. That will create a big flaw in your mind. I will pay attention to this matter. I will definitely not be arrogant and put myself in danger. Therefore, although I promised the 3 divine apes to keep the appointment at Mount Meru, I still came to find Uncle Hong. I hope to hear Uncle Hong's opinion. If it is really dangerous there, I don't mind breaking the promise. There is no trust between demons and monsters." Gu Qinsha did as he pleased. He would not risk his life for some promise. He had mastered the art of war. Your strategy is correct. In order to maintain stability in the current world, the most important thing is to prevent the devil calamity from erupting. Once a devil calamity erupts, no matter how powerful your celestial commerce department is, it will be useless, and the devil calamity is unavoidable. It's like in the world, when the yin and yang lose their balance, it will produce lightning. When Hong, on the other hand, had a completely new view of the devil calamity. Between heaven and earth, demonic nature and spirituality are the energies of yin and yang. Demonic nature represents chaos, while spirituality represents order. Between the two, there will be a loss of balance every once in a while, resulting in a collision. When they collide, the demonic nature and the spiritual nature will be balanced, and the world will be at peace. Think about it. If there was no lightning in the world, what would it be like? The balance of yin and yang, alternating? Gu Qinsha seemed to understand something. If there was no lightning in the world, life would not be born. Lightning is the result of the yin and yang losing their balance and colliding violently, resulting in an explosion. In the end, it is the chi of creation, life, and death. That's right. The devil calamity is unavoidable. If it erupts, let it erupt. After the baptism of the devil calamity, the humans of the divine continent will be tempered and perhaps improve. When Hong had his own understanding. But after every devil calamity, the world will be plunged into misery and suffering. Who knows how long it will take to recover? Gu Qinsha frowned. It's not easy for the imperial court to create such a prosperous situation. If it returns to a state of desolation overnight, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. That's not necessarily true. When Hong shook his head. When I said let the devil calamity erupt, I didn't mean to ignore it. Instead, I meant to use the devil calamity as a means to temper the people, keeping it within the scope of the imperial court's control. This way, the people will feel that the devil calamity is wreaking havoc, and everyone will be tensed up to train themselves. This way, the world will not be fundamentally damaged. Only when there is external pressure will there be internal unity, and the people will not fall apart. The world has been peaceful for too long. The people's worship of martial arts has begun to decline, and the trend of extravagance has gradually risen. Therefore, A good ruler will not completely let the world be at peace and recuperate. Instead, he will keep the enemies within the scope of his control and use them as training targets. For example, the royal family will also keep hunting grounds and organize hunting teams to maintain bravery and blood. Uncle Han's words are the essence of a ruler. Governing the world should be like this. Gu Qinsha was well-read, and he had read all the books in the world. He naturally understood this principle. However, knowing it was easy, but doing it was very difficult. Take the current devil calamity as an example. If they allowed it to erupt and did nothing, then once the seal was opened, the world would immediately fall into chaos. That was not all. The various aristocratic families and the ambitious people among the people would take advantage of the situation and rise up. The world would be in turmoil, and it would be impossible to control the situation. That was why Gu Qinsha and the Celestial Commerce Department's plan was to delay the devil calamity and increase the power of the people. As long as they could delay it for a few dozen years, then the population would explode, increasing by 10 times or even 100 times. Their cultivation bases would also rise, and then they would have the upper hand in the war against the devil calamity. Furthermore, the common people would be tempered, and heroes would emerge in large numbers. That's all you can do right now. Zhuge's step-by-step plan is flawless. When it comes to the development of the Celestial Commerce Department, as well as personal cultivation bases, his plans are the most correct, most perfect, and most concise. Even if I were to help the Celestial Commerce Department right now, I wouldn't make any changes. You were able to recruit the Lord of 7 Stars as your subordinates, and because of her karmic luck, you really do have a huge advantage. Among the reincarnated stars, the only person the Lord of 7 Stars fears is the Lord of the Sun and Moon. Wen Hong suggested, actually, you can go see Chang Weiyang, the sect leader of the profound, immortal Dao sect's profound gates of the universe. She's a divergent, and has the desire to overturn the universe. The Celestial Communist Department might be able to come to an agreement with her, and perhaps control the extent of the devil calamity. Then before I go to Mount Sumeru, should I pay a visit to the profound Cosmos Gate? Gu Qinsha wasn't in a hurry. Last time, during the struggle over the martial Song Star servant, Fa Wuxian had snatched the servant away. However, in the end, the servant had fallen into the hands of Chang Weiyang of the profound Cosmos Gate. There was no way Fa Wuxian could contend against Chang Weiyang. Furthermore, the profound Cosmos Gate and the profound Heaven-Earth Gate had a deep enmity. In addition, the profound Cosmos Gate also had a grudge against the 3 Celestials. To deal with the 3 great apes, even if I help you, it won't be enough. However, if you can come to an agreement with Chang Weiyang, then there won't be any problems. She's enough to restrain Li Wanlong, Wen Hong said. Since that's the case, I'll make a trip to the profound Cosmos Gate. I also have some capital in my hands, so I could discuss matters with the profound Cosmos Gate. Gu Qinsha also had the same intention. Since Wen Hong had pointed him to the profound Cosmos Gate, then there was definitely some hope. The 3 great apes were demons after all, although they had agreed to go and negotiate, and the Yin-Yang ghost apes had also agreed to the conditions. It would be very easy for them to go back on their word. Gu Qinsha didn't place his hopes on these demons keeping their promises. After the problem of the ape race was solved, there would be one less trouble in the future. Then, he could focus on dealing with the devil calamity. I met that Chang Weiyang once. She's very special, and she's also unique in the profound Cosmos Gate. In a certain realm, she even surpassed her father, Chang Yuzhou. When Hong said, if you go to the profound Cosmos Gate, at least you won't encounter life and death tribulations like when you met those demons at Mount Meru. Understood, then I'll go over now. Gu Qinsha looked at the starry sky in the sky. He couldn't fly out. This was the grotto heaven that Wen Hong had opened himself. It couldn't be compared to the common people's wish sphere. Wen Hong smiled and waved his hand. A starlight wrapped around Gu Qinsha and flew out. He tore open the void and arrived outside. Gu Qinsha didn't stop. He activated all his Dan Qi and flew in the sky at his fastest speed. He flew towards the eastern wilderness where the profound cosmos gate was located. This was the wilderness which belonged to the south. To reach the eastern wilderness, one didn't have to pass through the Great Yonko. Instead, they had to follow the dense primeval forests, mountains, and rivers to reach the southeastern land, which was the southeastern land that bordered the southern wilderness and the Eastern barbarians. Indeed, after flying for about 6 hours, the mountains, rivers, and forests in front of him had a completely different style. The mountains were verdant, the water was clear, and the trees were tall and straight. There were many mountain springs, and there were basically no swamps or quagmires. The weather had also become dry and cold. It was very different from the humid heat of the wilderness. The wilderness was densely packed with vines, poisonous insects, and miasma. From afar, the forest looked like a black mass of barren hills and unruly rivers. It was a daunting sight to behold. The eastern wilderness was beautiful. One look, and one could tell that it was suitable for cultivators to live and cultivate. Gu Chensha flew in the sky and scanned the area with his divine sense. He could sense any scenery, spirit herbs, underground mineral resources, or buried treasures. He discovered that in the forests of the eastern wasteland, there were many hermits living in seclusion. Sects of 2s and 3s could be found everywhere. It was not desolate and uninhabited at all. The total population of the eastern wilderness doesn't seem to be less than the total population of the Yonko. It's just that the area is vast and scattered. It's not as concentrated as the Divine Land. The major sects of the immortal Tao's 72 profound sects. It's said that in the eastern wilderness, they even let their disciples establish countries as a huge pool of talents. This was Gu Chincha's first time in the eastern wilderness. Divine Strategy Battalion's Dragon Token, Royal Guard 561292968. This is a subscription group for our Divine Strategy Battalion. To join this group, one needs to have at least 1,500 Dragon Token fans. Divine Strategy Battalion's Dragon Token, 100 Flower Garden 999290021. This is a group for our Divine Strategy Battalion's girls. We welcome female fans to join us. Divine Strategy Battalion's Dragon Token, Heavenly Secrets Pavilion 347526179. Divine Strategy Battalion's Dragon Token, Moon Worshipping Pavilion 499690348. Divine Strategy Battalion's Dragon Token, All Sacred Hall. Chapter 416. The East Wilderness was a general term. There was no fixed region. Even the east of the Divine Land was called the East. The concept of north, south, east, and west was centered around the Divine Land. It could be said that the Divine Land had been the core of the Land of Infinity since ancient times. Countless heroes and saints came from the Divine Land. There seemed to be an inexplicable power in the Divine Land. The Heaven Sacrifice Talisman also appeared in the Divine Land and fell into the hands of the people of the Divine Land. It would never appear in the Barbarian Land. Since ancient times, only the emperor who unified China could be called the legitimate emperor. The others were all barbarians, inferior and barbarians. Even in the Great Wei dynasty in the West, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor was not the emperor. The East Wilderness has been the base of the immortal Tao sects since ancient times. The South Wilderness is occupied by demons. The north is the Gobi Desert, and the west is the ocean. But the Land of Infinity is so vast that even sages can't fly out of it to explore its borders. Because of this, the Land of Infinity is called Infinity. There were so many sceneries in the whole land. Even the mountains and rivers of the East Wilderness attracted Gu Chincha's attention. Compared to the wilderness, the East Wilderness was a place full of heroes. Many martial arts experts settled there in an attempt to obtain the immortal fate. If they were chosen by the immortal Tao sects, they would have the chance to obtain the secret of immortality. Gu Qinshan knew that even now, many people from all over the Yonko went to the East Wilderness to seek immortality. But most of them died in the forests. The East Wilderness was not peaceful either. The situation was complicated. There were many martial arts experts and the disciples of the immortal Tao sects. There was no unified law. Most of the disciples would hide in the sects after killing people and robbing them. It was impossible to find them. Gu Qinsha was very familiar with the situation in the East Wilderness. Jean Suebu's job was to collect information about the major immortal Tao sects in the East Wilderness. He collected reports of recent events and studied them in detail to obtain first-hand information at all times. Besides that, Jean Suebu also planted informants in the major immortal Tao sects. These informants would also secretly pass on information. Under Jean Suebu's painstaking management, the Tranquil Immortal Department had formed a dense net that gradually infiltrated the inner part of the immortal Tao sect. The Tranquil Immortal Department had huge financial resources. In the past, they had the two great Dharma treasure manufacturing factories, Buzhou Palace and Dragon Gate. The Buzhou Palace, in particular, combined with the power of the common people's wish sphere, produced a large number of armors, weapons, and talismans. It was very useful in buying people's hearts in the immortal Tao. Apart from this, the Tranquil Immortal Department's magic treasures were also sold in large quantities to the profound sects of the immortal Tao, earning quite a bit of wealth. It was just that recently, because the Buzhou Palace and the Dragon Gate had been directly absorbed by the heavenly demon tree, when it was born, no new treasures had been born. This led to a lack of control over the mysterious gate of the immortal Tao. This was something that couldn't be helped. After the heavenly demon tree was born, it had undergone an unparalleled transformation. In the long run, it had to continue like this. However, within 8 to 10 years, it would be impossible for the sapling to condense treasures. And that was with the help of the extreme celestial pearl. Otherwise, the heavenly Yao tree would not be able to provide any help for the next few hundred years. Not even a single drop of energy could be stored within the sphere of the life's will. This was the domineering nature of the heavenly demon tree. Gu Qinsha and Zhuge Yu were both thinking of ways to make the heavenly demon tree grow quickly. Otherwise, the world was in full swing. If it was delayed for decades, or even centuries, wouldn't it be disastrous? Flying in the sky above the eastern barren land, one could look down at the mountains and rivers. Some of the mountain peaks were even higher than the clouds, piercing deep into the sky. There were powerful restrictive spells on them. Needless to say, these were the mountain gates of some powerful sections. Apart from this, there were also mountains shrouded in clouds. They were like mirages, and it was impossible to fly in. One would get lost within. This was also a method used by some sections. Of course, these were methods only second- and third-rate sects had. As for the primordial 72 mysterious gates, they had opened up huge time voids. Gu Qinsha didn't alarm any powerful existences. He avoided some formation mountains along the way and headed straight for the depths of the eastern barren land, where the mysterious gate of the universe was. After a full 3 days and 3 nights, he didn't stop to rest. Only then did he reach the depths of the eastern barren land. With his speed, 3 days and 3 nights was enough for a Tao Realm 18 transformation Golden Core Realm cultivator to fly for a year or even several years. In the depths of the eastern barren land, the scenery changed once more. Between the mountains, there were often giant plains. Some plains were the size of a state or even several states in the divine continent. On these giant plains, there were many people. There were cities, towns, and villages. They would then join together to form a country. Within the country, there would be a king and an emperor. Gu Qinsha knew that most of these plains were not natural. They were created by brilliant cultivators using great magical powers to move the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth so that ordinary people could live and reproduce in them. Firstly, it was to supplement the foundation of a sect. Secondly, it was for those cultivators with great magical powers to do experiments like Jing Xiao. They wanted to use this method to understand the secrets of time, the mortal world, and the world. Of course, during the 3 days and 3 nights that Gu Qinsha traveled in the eastern barren land, he saw that most of the people on the plains didn't have a strong destiny. They were in a mess and didn't have a fiery aura. This was far worse than the Sama Empire that Jingxiu had built. Moreover, the language, culture, and even the books they read were all inherited from the divine Great Land. As for the Sama Empire, Jingxiu had created its own language and even had a calculation method. It was like a saint had created a brand new civilization. It seemed like Jingxiu was so talented and his cultivation was so deep that even F.A. Wuxian wasn't a match for him. Whoosh! Gu Qinsha appeared on a plain surrounded by tall mountains. This plain was about 2 to 3 times the size of Xian province. It was vast, and the surrounding mountains pierced into the sky. The mountains were covered in white snow and looked really holy and pure. I'm here. This should be the location of the mysterious gate of the universe. Gu Qinsha recalled the information that Jin Suebua had received. On this vast plain, there was also a country that was very prosperous. Gu Qinsha even saw some cultivators flying around and landing on the surrounding snowy mountains. He took a brief look and found that the destiny of this country was peaceful. Although it wasn't as fierce as fire, there was a hint of good fortune. Whoosh! He directly landed in the capital city in the center of the country. There was a huge temple. This temple was built in the shape of a round sky and a square earth. There was a bright light on it that rushed into the clouds and never extinguished. There were 4 words written on the temple, Great Temple of the Universe. This was the contact point of the mysterious gate of the universe in the secular world. Gu Qinsha landed in front of the temple and saw 2 guardian beasts. They looked like tigers, but they had horns on their heads and wings on their backs. Their eyes were golden and their fur was like gold. These are golden fur bears, and they were really strong. They were born with the ability to see through evil spirits and could swallow them directly. They were similar to Tao, Realm, 13, Transformation, devouring demons and ghouls. Of course, this was the special ability of the golden fur bears, and it wasn't something that could compare to Tao, Realm, 13 Transformation cultivators. Apart from these 2 golden fur bears, there were a few kids cleaning outside. When they saw Gu Qinsha appear here, they didn't panic and just said, "Stop. This is where the great temple of the universe is. I am from the celestial path and want to enter the mysterious gate of the universe. Head in and report." Gu Qinsha waved his hands and didn't reveal his identity. The 2 golden fur bears seemed to be able to understand human language. Their ears stood up and their eyes shone brightly as they looked towards Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha released his aura slightly, and the 2 golden fur bears retreated like they were frightened. The few kids were shocked. They knew that the golden fur bears had the ability to check on people. From this, one could see that this person was really strong. A kid hurriedly walked in, and an hour later, he came out and invited Gu Qinsha in. Gu Qinsha followed the boy into the temple. All along the way, there were wide paths that were simple yet vast, and there weren't any pavilions or corridors. It revealed a feeling of the boundlessness and profundity of a universe. The construction style was filled with the mysteries of space and time. Walking into the entrance of an ancient hall, the boy silently retreated. Gu Qinsha stepped into the hall. He saw that although it was pitch black, there were 2 people standing there. 1 male and 1 female. The male looked like a celestial, and the female was really elegant. They were both top geniuses. I didn't expect that King Qinsha from the Celestial Peace Division would be here. Our mysterious gate of the universe has failed to welcome you. The sect leader got the news and ordered us to come and welcome you. Please forgive me for my negligence, Your Highness. The male cultivator cupped his hands and bowed. Gu Qinsha didn't find it weird that the other party knew his identity. Chang Weiyang was really scheming, and she was probably no weaker than a saint. Her heart would definitely be moved by his arrival. I came to visit the mysterious gate of a universe in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. I'm the one who neglected you. Gu Qinsha's spiritual sense moved and 2 thoughts entered their minds. This is a small cultivation technique created by the ancient 7-star lord, Jiang Gongwang. I see that your cultivation is about to reach the 14 transformation of the Tao realm. This technique refines the mental energy in your mind and makes it pure. This way, your soul will be stronger and you won't suffer from cultivation deviation. Of course, the cultivation technique of the mysterious gate of the universe is profound, but you can learn from it. Two more cultivation techniques appeared in the minds of the male and female cultivators. They looked at each other and comprehended them. Instantly, joy appeared on their faces. This cultivation technique was really amazing and exquisite. Thank you for your gift, King. Please. The young man and woman walked into the depths of the hall. Instantly, a huge door of space and time appeared. Behind the door was another world. Without a doubt, that was where the mysterious gate of the universe was. Chapter 417. After entering the mystic Cosmos Gates cave, it was a small universe with floating palaces everywhere. The palaces were connected to each other by rainbow bridges. In addition, there were white clouds floating around. The white clouds were like cotton balls. When people stepped on them, they wouldn't fall. Instead, they were soft. Moreover, these white clouds seemed to be alive. They were twisting and making childlike cries. Ancient cloud beast spirits. Clipchamp took a look and knew that these ancient cloud beasts were very rare. They were already extinct. These cloud beasts were born as huge clouds that floated in the air. If a cultivator caught one, the cultivator could live in the cloud and treat it as their cave abode. Moreover, the cloud beast spirits were very strong. The clouds had very strong defensive abilities and could release wind, lightning, and thunder magic. It was unknown where the mystic Cosmos Gate got so many cloud beast spirits. Moreover, each of them was very strong. Other than that, Clipchamp looked around. He could not see the end of the mystic Cosmos Gate's cave abode. Clipchamp could see the end of the space inside the Life's Wish sphere. However, he could not see the end of the mystic Cosmos Gate's cave abode. This showed that this space was stronger than the Life's Wish sphere. Of course, the Life's Wish sphere required one's cultivation to reach the God level. Only then would one be able to create their own cave abode. If he could not use the power of space and time, he would not be able to fully unleash the power of the cave abode. This mystic Cosmos Gate's cave abode is rumored to have been created by Chang Yuzhou after he obtained a connate numinous treasure. With the universe lightning pool as the foundation, he used his magic power to condense it for thousands of years. Other than that, after his daughter Chang Weiyang took over, she used her peerless mystique to reach the connate level and expand the cave abode. Clipchamp pondered, our celestial commerce department does not have a peerless expert. That Chang Yuzhou left the mystic heaven-earth sect alone and established the mystic Cosmos Gate. His cultivation is at the peak of the sage level, and he obtained many treasures and fortuitous encounters. If our celestial commerce department's Zhuge Ye becomes a sage, he will be able to open up all the secrets. Wouldn't his strength increase by 1,000 times? The celestial commerce department's weakness was its lack of peerless experts. Zhuge Ye's cultivation base was only at the 22 transformations, which was far from the true sage realm. As for Clipchamp, he was still stuck at the 19 transformations size manipulation realm. He was unable to cultivate the 20 transformations, gathering and dispersing impermanence. If he wanted to cultivate the true dragon technique quality, he would have broken through a long time ago. Unfortunately, if he wanted to take another step forward and cultivate the heavenly path technique quality, it would be very difficult. After all, this kind of breakthrough was unprecedented. However, he felt that no matter how much he saved up at this juncture, it was worth it. This young man and woman brought Clipchamp along as they flew through the mystic gate grotto heaven. They passed by one huge palace after another and headed towards the deepest part of the grotto heaven, where there was a huge cube. That cube looked like a crystal. It was squarish and floated in the air, emitting a bright light that illuminated the entire winter. Also, it transmitted a huge amount of spiritual energy that filled the surroundings. This spiritual energy was different from the spiritual energy absorbed directly from the spiritual world. It was very pure and had an innate characteristic. Moreover, it was extremely dense. Clipchamp absorbed a bit and felt that this spiritual energy was most suitable for building one's foundation, eliminating heart demons, consolidating the soul, and strengthening one's essence chi. Moreover, there were no impurities at all. When ordinary Tao realm cultivators ate qi and abstained from eating, the spiritual energy absorbed from the spiritual world had to be nurtured in the dantian, brewed, and refined before it could be fused into the flesh and blood. This was because it might contain a demonic nature. However, the spiritual energy here contained the true essence of Khanate. There is absolutely no demonic nature, and it was terrifyingly pure. This cube is the main body of the cosmic lightning pool. It is indeed a supreme treasure, a treasure born from Khanate chaos. Gu Qinsha nodded his head. Legend had it that the cosmic lightning pool wasn't born from the primordial chaos tree. Instead, it was a treasure that automatically formed in the depths of the great chaos before the Big Bang formed all things in the starry sky. And the primordial dragon sect was this kind of treasure. Chang Weiyang was comprehending the profundities of the cosmic lightning pool, suppressing the entire grotto heaven and regulating the fluctuations within it. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the three of them were flying, a few beams of light suddenly stopped in front of them. After dispersing their bodies, they could see that they were disciples of the cosmos mystic gate. When they saw these people, the man and woman with Gu Qinsha trembled. Greetings, Elder Dong Zhen, Elder Dong Su, Elder Dong Yuan, Elder Dong Xen, and Elder Dong Lu. These people were actually elders of the cosmos mystic gate. Gu Qinsha looked at the five of them. Their dermic powers were extremely profound, and they seemed to have cultivated some kind of array formation. The waves of dermic powers resonated with one another and could resonate with one another, releasing a huge amount of power. Greetings, five elders. Gu Qinsha also bowed. Com Immortal Bureau's Gu Qinsha, Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor Gu Taxian's 19th son. You're truly a dragon among men. The five of us already know that you killed the Scarlet Firmament mystic sects Wang Ji and Xiao Yin in the Devil Domain. You also defeated the profound Heaven-Earth sects Jing, Fanqing, and the Great Prestige dynasties Guhua. Even someone with the talent of an innate sage wouldn't be able to do this. From this, it can be seen that the Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor's bloodline is truly incomparably mysterious. The five of us would like to have a spar with you. How about it? The leader of the group, Elder Dong Zhen, directly spoke. This Elder Dong Zhen was also a young man. The magic energy on his body surged like the waves of the ocean. When Gu Qinsha heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Being able to spar with an elder of the Cosmos Mystic Gate would be greatly beneficial to my cultivation. Since that's the case, I'll have to offend you all. His body moved, and he suddenly struck out with 5 palms. These 5 palms were aimed at 5 people. At the instant he struck out with his palms, his core chi formed countless runes. These runes vibrated and clashed against each other, erupting with light and darkness. Between light and darkness, they interweaved, permeated, and transformed into a primordial existence, following which the primordial chaos exploded, transforming into all living things. Between the 5 palms, each palm contained the true meaning of the endless creation and destruction of the universe. Gu Qinsha could now use his martial arts as he pleased. After coming out of the negotiation with the Xing Qiong family, he met the Grand Tutor Wenhong and was taught many things by him. These were all combined and brewed into his own martial art, the common people mending heaven technique. Now, each palm of his contained the power of 100 cores. If it was a normal golden core cultivator, it would be equivalent to tens of thousands of golden core cultivators attacking at the same time, forming a flood. This was also an ordinary palm of his. If he went all out, it would be indescribably terrifying. Even the incarnation of Desolate Ape would be defeated in one strike. Not good. The 5 elders, Dong Zhen, Dong Su, Dong Yuan, Dong Xan, and Dong Lu, didn't even see how Gu Qinsha attacked before they felt a vast force pressing down on them like thousands of mountains. It was as if the Milky Way in the sky had been cut off and turned into a waterfall that washed down. 5-hole thunder technique, connect. The 5 elders activated their martial arts. The 5 of them actually turned into a pitch-black black hole that gathered together. The 5 holes spun and thunder boomed within, wanted to block all of Guchinch's attacks. Unfortunately, at this time, Guchinch's other hand moved and he punched again. This fist covered the sky and covered all directions, piercing through the sky. The fist intent attacked the green sky and the yellow springs. The changes of the fist Dao were unimaginable. The 5 of them seemed to see an unparalleled monster trampling all the gods, saints, and demons under his feet. This was the true meaning of the Xing Qiong family's martial arts. Bang, 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 bang. Everything was destroyed between the fists. All life was destroyed. The black holes were completely destroyed, and the 5 grand elders were sent flying. They formed their bodies again, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. They knew that Gu Chansha had held back this time. If he hadn't, the 5 of them would have been killed. At this time, in the depths of the mystic cosmos grotto heaven, many spiritual wills rose up and scanned the area, watching the battle. They were all experts of the mystic cosmos grotto heaven. Gu Chansha, your methods are indeed impressive. You have already reached your level. Hollowed truth, hollowed emptiness, hollowed fate, hollowed trust, and hollowed flow. The 5 of you are about to test it out. At this moment, a woman's voice drifted over, following which, Gu Chansha was sucked into the cosmos lightning pool cube. Immediately after, he saw a woman. This woman was wearing a cloud-colored dress and looked extremely ordinary. There was nothing special about her. However, the more he looked at her, the more he felt that she had the deepest wisdom of the universe. This was especially so for her eyes. They contained all the wisdom and extraordinariness in the world, as well as the will of transcendence. In her hands, she was playing with a small wooden sword. This wooden sword seemed like it was carved by a child. It was extremely childish and laughable. However, in Guchinch's senses, this sword could slice apart the waterfall of life and death at any moment. Clearly, this was the sect leader of the mystic cosmos grotto heaven, Chong Weiyang. This was an anomaly. She wasn't bound by latent talent. In some ways, she was even more terrifying than the Lord of 7 Stars, Zhuge. If she weren't terrifying, she would have long since been exterminated by the Black Heaven Earth sect. "Greetings, sect leader," said Gu Chansha, clasping his hands in greeting. As expected, Gu Taxian-sun is extraordinary. I can't believe you want to cultivate a heavenly Dao magic that has never been accomplished since time immemorial. It seems you have a very good chance of succeeding. Chong Weiyang seemed very polite. Why have you come looking for me? Don't tell me you want us to pay taxes to the Celestial Commerce Department? The Celestial Commerce Department isn't that strong yet, said Gu Chansha. So you're saying that if you were strong enough, you'd make a move against us? Asked Chong Weiyang with an enigmatic smile. This is a national policy. For the sake of the divine prefecture and the people of the world, we have no choice. Gu Chansha wasn't the least bit afraid of Chong Weiyang's dignity. Chapter 4:18. Gu Chansha would not feign civility, because the Celestial Pacification Department's policy was to make the mystic immortal Dao sects pay taxes to support the people. No mystic sect was an exception. Even if the mystic Cosmos sect was powerful and unregulated as the Celestial Pacification Department grew, they would still have to pay taxes. Chong Weiyang could see this clearly. She asked Gu Chansha to see how courageous this person was. In the end, Gu Chansha did not mince his words. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you on the spot by saying this? Chong Weiyang chuckled. Collecting taxes from the mystic Cosmos sect has never happened in history. Every 300 years, the mystic immortal Dao sects have to pay tribute to the 3 heavenly venerables, and the mystic Heaven Earth sect has done the same every time. But the mystic Cosmos sect has never paid tribute, and the 3 heavenly venerables can't do anything to me. How dare you collect taxes from the mystic Cosmos sect? Forgive me for being blunt. Gu Chinch's tone was very serious. Never-ending sect leader, you are powerful, and your cultivation is comparable to existences like the Black Yellow Dragon Emperor and Li Wanlong. You might even be slightly stronger than them. However, If you face any one of the three heavenly venerables, I'm afraid you have no chance of winning. You are right, continue. Chang Weiyang's smile faded. I have not heard such straightforward words in a long time. The three heavenly venerables must hate the mystic cosmos sect to the bone. Gu Chunsha continued without fear. But they did not do anything because they are afraid that the mystic cosmos sect will join the imperial court if they are pushed too far. To be honest, the three heavenly venerables are afraid to fight against the emperor. Without a doubt, Gu Taxian is powerful. I cannot compare to him. Even someone as strong as Chang Weiyang, who had comprehended the secrets of the Divergent, had broken through the flaws in her talent, had stepped into an unfathomable realm, and even had hopes of breaking through the 36 transformations, jumping out of the 3 realms and out of the 5 elements. But in front of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor, this little bit of achievement was not worth mentioning. However, Gu Taxian only appeared 50 to 60 years ago, and before that, the mysterious Cosmos Gate had also existed for thousands of years. Did the three heavenly venerables not act against us then? I know that your Cosmos Mysterious sect has some trump cards to avoid the pursuit of the three heavenly masters. You even have some means to counterattack. However, it's different now. It's a big situation that changes every tens of thousands of years. Even powerhouses might die in it. Think about what happened to Tai Fantasy Sect. Gu Qinsha stopped here. He believed that Chang Weiyang would be able to see the truth behind Tai Mang Di's defection to the Calming Xian Bureau. Taixiandu of Tai Fantasy Sect is really cunning. How could he leave his son to your tranquil, immortal department? How could Chang Weiyang not see it clearly? He even gave up the Tai Pearl. He's betting on both sides. However, the three heavenly masters are well aware of this situation. After all, with an excuse, the three heavenly masters won't be able to make things difficult for him. Gu Qinsha said, moreover, Tai Mang Di has obtained many benefits now. His cultivation is progressing very quickly. Only the wisdom of our Calming Xian Bureau can decipher the secret of the Tai Pearl. That Tai Pearl is the connate essence left behind by the primal chaos explosion. It was refined into a treasure by heavenly Master Tai. If it can fully unleash its power, even if it's not as good as our cosmic thunder pool, it's not too far off. Chang Weiyang said, now that this treasure belongs to your Calming Xian Bureau, it has been refined into a sphere with a heavenly demon book, Buzhou Palace, and Dragon Transformation Pagoda. It has great potential. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. You can't truly combine all these treasures into one. Otherwise, you could look down on any powerful existence in this world. Today, I came here to find Neverending Sect Leader for this matter. Gu Qinsha said, I wonder if Sect Leader Neverending has any guidance for us. I can help you condense the transcendent treasure. Chang Weiyang looked at Gu Qinsha. Sect Leader, you must be joking. Gu Qinsha hurriedly refused. What a joke. The Life's Wish sphere was the blood and sweat of him and the Calming Xian Bureau. They had refined it bit by bit. In the process of its growth, it couldn't be affected by external forces. Otherwise, it wouldn't be their own transcendent treasure. If Chang Weiyang helped them condense it, the sphere would grow very quickly. However, the attribute of the sphere itself wouldn't be the Life's Wish attribute. If the concept was wrong, the transcendent treasure would be an external object. It wasn't the life's treasure that they cultivated with their lives. In the future, even if they cultivated to the highest realm, it would be hard for them to unleash its own power. This group of people from the Calming Xian Bureau had gathered together based on a common concept. This concept was led by Gu Qinsha. Condensing the sphere would carry the will of the Life's Wish. It couldn't be changed. Chang Weiyang also understood this point. She was just testing Gu Qinsha's reaction. Seeing him reject her decisively, she nodded and said, you really have a firm will. Interesting. You didn't come here today to talk nonsense. Now, let's get to the main topic. I want to deal with the 3 great apes. I wonder if Sect Leader Neverending wants a share? Gu Qinsha told her about the agreement with the 3 great apes. I have already contacted Grand Preceptor Wenhong. If we work together, we can take down all the experts of the ape race. If we can capture the 3 great apes and let the heavenly demon tree absorb them, the heavenly demon tree will be able to increase its cultivation by several thousand years. At that time, the heavenly demon tree will be able to create many good treasures. I think it can definitely increase the strength of the Cosmos Mystic sect. For example, the Cosmos Mystic sect's disciples all have a set of heavenly demon martial soul armor. What level will their overall strength reach? The heavenly demon martial soul armor was an extremely powerful armor that could be formed by the heavenly demon tree. It absorbed chaotic elemental energy and formed the heavenly demon martial soul. This was the purest thing. Once it was attached to a person's body, it would immediately unleash immense power. Even the stupidest person who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken would be equivalent to an immortal in the magic power realm if he obtained this armor. That's right, it was the magic power realm. The Tao realm had 20 transformations, and it was impermanent. Normally, such a demonic soul would steal a person's essence, blood, and lifespan. Even if an expert obtained it, it would be hard to control it. However, the heavenly demon martial soul was an innate spirit that the heavenly demon tree had extracted from chaotic elemental energy. It wasn't something that was born after birth. For example, in the demon Tao, all sorts of souls were condensed to form demons. The innate spirit of the heavenly demon martial soul had no impurities and was extremely pure. It was like a piece of white paper that moved according to one's will. It wouldn't have any backlash or will. It would only have powerful combat experience and powerful magic power. This was the research result of many demon race sages. It could be said that it had stolen the fortune of heaven and earth. It was created by imitating the primordial martial soul armor that was born from the primordial tree. The primordial martial soul armor was an armor born from the primordial tree. It was extremely powerful. If one obtained it, they would have the ability to tear through the void and teleport. Other than that, it had many innate abilities. In other words, even if an ordinary person obtained this armor, they would be able to activate it and reach the peak of the immortal realm, second only to the true gods. The heavenly demon tree was inferior to the primordial tree. Naturally, it couldn't give birth to a powerful existence like the primordial martial soul armor. However, it wasn't impossible for it to give birth to the heavenly demon martial soul armor. However, such a change was only possible after the heavenly demon tree matured and reached an extremely terrifying realm. It was a heaven-defying move. If the heavenly demon tree matured, it would be able to create Dharma treasures, produce elixirs, and disintegrate chaotic elemental energy. It would be even more powerful than the universe thunderpool. After all, the universe thunderpool of the mystic universe door was used to attack and destroy things. It wasn't good at creating things. The heavenly demon tree was best at creating all sorts of things and all sorts of magical treasures. Gu Chunsha calculated that if Chong Wei-yong could reach an agreement with him to capture the 3 godly apes and fuse them into the heavenly demon tree, the heavenly demon tree could grow faster and condense the heavenly demon martial soul armor. One had to know that of the 3 godly apes, the 1,000 transformation stone ape, the yin-yang ghost ape, and the diamond fighting ape, they were mutants that dominated the demon clan. If they were at their peak, even a sage might not be a match for them if they joined forces. However, it was different now. The 3 godly apes were at the end of their lifespans. It was a good time for them to be weak. He could capture them in one move. Of course, the premise was that the 3 godly apes wanted to plot against him. However, Gu Chunsha was almost 100% sure that the 3 godly apes wouldn't surrender so easily. They would definitely plot against him. If the heavenly demon tree matures, it can indeed give birth to countless treasures. It will be of great benefit to the mystic universe door. Our overall strength will increase greatly. Even gods can benefit from the treasures condensed on the heavenly demon tree. For example, the 28 constellation demon god marks can increase one's strength by 28 times. However, this requires thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Chong Wei-yong said, If this heavenly demon tree was mine, I would be happy to accelerate its growth. Unfortunately, this tree is yours. At most, I will gain some benefits after it matures. This isn't worth it. Moreover, if the heavenly demon tree matures, your celestial calmness department strength will increase significantly. If there comes a day when you surpass the mystic universe door and collect taxes from us, wouldn't I be making a loss? From a certain point of view, you guys are similar to the three heavenly venerables. The three heavenly venerables collect tributes from a mystic universe door, and the celestial calmness department does the same. Aren't you jackals of the same tribe? That's different. The three heavenly venerables do it for their own selfish desires, while we do it for the common people. Gu Qinsha spoke with fervor and assurance. Sect leader Endless, you can naturally see how the imperial court treats the common people. I can see that you've established a nation here, and there are many ways to govern the world. I'm sure you'll resonate with us. Furthermore, I won't let you work for nothing. Today, I brought you many memories. For example, the Lord of Seven Stars, Jiang Gongwang, the ancient demon race sages, and the Xingqiang clan's memories. I'm sure these will be of great help to you in your meditation of surpassing the 36 transformations. Chapter 419. Anyone can be moved as long as they have a need. This is the law of the world. Gu Qinsha did not show any fear in the face of Chang Weiyang's oppression. He wanted to maximize his benefits. Sect Master Weiyang, it is the best choice for your mysterious Cosmos Gate to cooperate with our pacification immortal department. Moreover, when you become a heavenly lord in the future, you will be indifferent to all of this. Kid, your words make sense. I am very interested in the memories of Xing Qiongshi, Zhuge Ye, and the other Yao saints. In addition, you fellows must have obtained some of heavenly premier extreme celestials cultivation techniques and wisdom. Hand them over, Chang Weiyang said. I'm afraid I can't hand over heavenly Lord Tai's cultivation method and wisdom because it involves the secret of the mysterious Cosmos Gate. Unless we get the other party's consent, it will be our fault. Gu Qinsha naturally wanted a bargain. If I guessed correctly, you also gave this cultivation method to Wenhong. Chang Weiyang did not buy it. Actually, I don't have anything to exchange with you. I could just ask Wenhong for it. It seems that Sect Master Weiyang and Uncle Hong have a close relationship. If so, we are on the same side. Gu Qinsha hurriedly said, I came here today to obtain some knowledge of the mysterious Cosmos Gate, especially the secret of Sect Master Weiyang's understanding of deviance. You also want to understand deviance? Chang Weiyang had noticed this a long time ago. However, I have to warn you, even if you comprehend the Tao of divergences, your cultivation will not immediately increase. Instead, you will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Whether it is absorbing spiritual energy or immortal energy, or even condensing an array, it will be 10 times more difficult than an ordinary cultivator. Perhaps you will encounter many tribulations the moment you start comprehending the divergences. These are the consequences of angering the heavenly Tao, resulting in a backlash. Once you become a divergent, it will be hard to turn back. You have to think it through. Since ancient times, there have been some heaven-defying geniuses who have comprehended deviance. However, they all perished in the tribulations. Now, there are very few deviants that can live freely. I know all of these things, but only by becoming a divergent can one break through the 36 transformations and obtain the secret of longevity. Otherwise, even an innate sage will have a limited lifespan. Gu Qinsha was very clear about the principles of divergent. Since you've made up your mind, I'll fulfill your wish. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. Chang Weiyang seemed to have observed Gu Qinsha thoroughly. Give me Lord Tai's memory as well. I will teach you how to become an outlier in exchange. Of course, I can also cooperate with you to deal with the 3 divine apes. What do you think? The demon race and the immortal Tao have always been enemies. However, after capturing the 3 divine apes, I want to extract some of their blood for research. Also, I want half of the ape race's wealth. The ape tribe was the largest tribe among the demon tribes. Since ancient times, the ape tribe had accumulated countless riches and treasures. They were all hidden in Mount Meru. The ape race was also the smartest and most intelligent demon race. Based on what I know, the ape tribe's guardian treasure is called the Myriad Demon Human Transformation Painting. It's also a natural paragon treasure and is extremely powerful. After the four divine apes obtained it, they painstakingly refined it for thousands of years before it finally took shape. Could it be that the Cosmos Mystic sect also wants the ownership of this magic treasure? Asked Gu Chensha. Of course. Chong Weiyang would definitely not let go of this juicy piece of meat. This treasure is a famous treasure among the demon tribes. If our tranquil immortal department obtains it and combines it with the heavenly demon tree, it will have endless wondrous effects. Gu Chensha said, if it falls into the hands of the Cosmos Mystic Gate, I'm afraid it won't be able to unleash its full potential. You're right. However, such a treasure must be obtained. Chong Weiyang was unwilling to let go of this treasure. Gu Chensha's gaze shifted. All right, this treasure can belong to you. However, I hope that Sect Master Chong Weiyang can help me with something. What is it? Chong Weiyang asked. Currently, the demon tribes have gathered in the sealed demon domain under the bottomless sea of Sin in the Sin continent. They have built many nether iron fortresses, and countless experts have gathered there. Among them, there are even demon god-level experts acting in secret. I hope that Sect Master Chong Weiyang can use the power of the Universe Thunder Pool to release Universe Thunder to destroy the combined fortresses and scatter the demon tribes. Gu Chensha made a request. This way, our tranquil immortal department can take the opportunity to harvest the lives of countless demon tribes. On one hand, it can delay the outbreak of the demon disaster. On the other hand, it can allow the heavenly demon tree to advance quickly. This way, I can provide the Cosmos Mystic Gate with a large amount of elixirs. Universe Thunder won't work. Chong Weiyang rejected. This Universe Thunder Pool has been brewing for thousands of years and has never released this thunder. It is the Cosmos Mystic Gate's treasure. The reason why the three heavenly venerables are afraid of our Universe Thunder is because of it. If we release it, its power will be weakened, and we will have to accumulate it again. How we have a time? Gu Chensha frowned. He thought about it and agreed. The longer an attack was stored, the more powerful it would be. For example, if he used the Sun and Moon annihilation to set up the array for a few decades, the power of the array could even kill an expert with an undying body. Moreover, the Cosmos Mystic Gate was a huge sect. It used the Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the Universe Thunder Pool, as its foundation and accumulated God Thunder for thousands of years. Once it was released, how powerful would it be? This was their trump card. However, I don't need to use Universe Thunder to defeat the allied demon tribes. As Chong Weiyang spoke, she drew a circle in the air. Many scenes appeared. It was the demon domain. Indeed, there were more and more huge dark iron battle fortresses. The array they formed became bigger and bigger. These array formations gathered together and crazily absorbed demon chi. They condensed into huge demon statues. It seemed like they wanted to tear apart the seal and turn the divine continent into a demon domain. This had already become the climate. Even if Gu Chensha had the power to penetrate the heavens and earth, he couldn't barge in. When billions of demons gathered together and chanted the demon incantation, the power wasn't something he could compare to. Now that Lu Baiyue, Lu Yu, and the other two were fighting in the demon domain, it was already difficult for them to kill the demon race's army. They could only surround the periphery and kill some scattered demons. This wasn't very effective. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. If Chong Weiyang could defeat the allied demon race and prevent them from condensing into an iron plate, it would be like a huge fat piece of meat for the Celestial Tranquility Department to eat. Then, we have an agreement? Gu Chensha knew that if Chong Weiyang made a move, she might really be able to tear apart the defense of the allied demon race and cause chaos. The Celestial Tranquility Department would have an opportunity to take advantage of. The outbreak of the demon disaster is the confrontation between the demon nature and the spiritual nature. The demon nature represents chaos, while the spiritual nature represents order. This is the time when the balance is out of balance. It is also the most critical point. No one dares to make a move. Otherwise, if they cause such a big calamity, it would be like drawing fire to oneself. The karma would be hard to bear, even if 3 celestial venerables are watching quietly. Chang Weiyang's words indicated that she didn't want to make a move. I don't agree with you. Gu Qinsha bowed once more. Since sect leader Chang Weiyang is a divergent, she is an existence that cannot be tolerated by the heavens and earth. She can be the one to control the tide of the era. Now is a critical time. If she participates in the confrontation between the demon nature and the spiritual nature, she might be able to comprehend some supreme principles and make preparations to break through the 36 transformations and become a celestial venerate. You really are a good lobbyist. Chang Weiyang laughed. But we need to discuss this matter at length. Let's exchange our cultivation method memories first. No problem. Gu Qinsha's divine sense moved, condensing into a ball of light in front of him. Chang Weiyang lightly tapped it, and the light dissipated. She had already obtained all the information within it. And when the light returned, Gu Qinsha also obtained some of Chang Weiyang's experience in becoming a divergent. This experience was extremely important. As soon as it entered the depths of Gu Qinsha's sea of consciousness, it began to sink, be digested, and circulate. Many lights appeared on Gu Qinsha's body, and he swallowed and spat them out. After a long time, he opened his eyes. Sect leader Chang Weiyang, can I borrow your universe lightning pool to temper my body? Right now, I can already condense golden cores in my 108 acupoints. However, some of the smaller acupoints have yet to be completely opened. If I borrow the help of the universe lightning pool, I can help stimulate my physical body, allowing it to improve further. As I open the various acupoints, I can condense even more golden cores. I have never seen such a crazy idea from you. Chang Weiyang was rather curious. I see that you have comprehended something. You want to cultivate the heavenly Tao art. This is also a reference for me. I can let you use the power of the universe lightning pool. Chang Weiyang's magic power was only at the true dragon art. She had not cultivated the heavenly Tao art. Indeed, Gu Qinsha's cultivation process was a worthy experiment for her to observe. Many thanks. Gu Qinsha looked around. As for the activation of the universe lightning pool, I will have to rely on you, sect leader. Chang Weiyang pointed, and instantly, the space in front of Gu Qinsha split open. A pool of silver water appeared. As the whirlpool spun, crackling lightning could be seen. With a single leap, Gu Qinsha entered it. Instantly, the world spun, and he saw divine lightning covering the sky and covering the earth, surging towards him. His entire body felt like it was about to meld into it. As expected, this is lightning that carries the power of the universe. It contains the power of time and space, as well as the divine might of the past and future. Gu Qinsha used a secret art and started absorbing the power within to temper his physical body, strengthening it once again. In terms of physical bodies, the strongest in the world was none other than Xing Qiushi. He had many body-tempering arts, and while Gu Qinsha was comprehending them, he had also come up with some methods that were suitable for him. Now, he used them, borrowing the power of the universe lightning pool to build his physical body. He even condensed his core qi a little more. Gradually, Gu Qinsha's body shone brightly. Many of his acupoints were like stars in the sky, and the light of profound wisdom was born within them. Other than the 108 acupoints, many smaller acupoints opened as well. It was as though gods were being born within them. Chapter 420. Gu Qinsha was actually quite knowledgeable about the universe's mystic sex universe lightning pool. Jin Suebwa knew all sorts of secrets of the immortal Tao. Zhuge also knew about the universe lightning pool, a connate numinous treasure. Even in primordial times, Jiang Gongwang would inevitably mention the universe lightning pool whenever he talked about various thunder arts. The lightning water in the universe lightning pool contained all sorts of powers of creation and could even revive the dead. Of course, these were just the basic functions. Its true function was to refine dermic powers, physical body, sentient earth energy, body, golden core, essence spirit, mind, and other foundations. Gu Chansha could refine the power of his golden core and the changes in his physical body, making it pure. At the same time, he perfected the common people heaven mending technique. The power of the universe lightning pool exceeded that of the common people's wish ball. The lightning water wrapped around Gu Chencha's body and seeped into it, changing his body and bloodline and increasing his strength. Chang Weiyang observed once more, this kid's body actually merged with the power of space-time. This is something that even the three celestial venerables can't do. Legend has it that only the Grotto Heaven ritual has such power. Every particle in Gu Chencha's body was getting stronger. He breathed in and out, and his entire body seemed to be in a trance, like he was in a state of the true meaning of the universe. This state was really useful for one's own comprehension. After who knew how long, his entire body's flesh and blood started to wriggle. The lightning water merged with his flesh and blood, giving birth to core energy. His sea of consciousness, energy sea, and other acupoints rapidly expanded. Not only could they contain more core energy, but they also seemed to have opened up a whole new world. How long? The huge amount of energy was all absorbed by his body. His body became extremely perfect, without any flaws. His entire body rippled with waves of core chi. This core chi seemed to have become a part of his flesh and blood, and it had the characteristics of magic power. That magic power had the power of the heavenly path magic power. However, he still didn't look very satisfied. Unfortunately, I seem to be about to grab hold of that bloodline. Gu Chansha was actually using the power of the universe lightning pool to sense the bloodline in his body. It wasn't the common people's true blood, but the Heaven Talisman Emperor's bloodline. Back then, Xing Xiongshi had told him that this bloodline was hidden in the deepest parts of his body's many-dimensional nodes, and he was unable to sense it now. However, Gu Chansha felt that the Great Massacre Divine Art might be the key to activating his bloodline. When he was cultivating earlier, he wanted to grab hold of this opportunity, but he was still a step away. He felt that as long as he could grab hold of this bloodline and make use of its power, he would be able to master the Heaven's Path art. At that time, if he met F.A. Wuxian again, he would have no problem beating him up. Unfortunately, it was only for a split second, and he wasn't able to completely grasp this bloodline. However, he still benefited a lot from the Universe Thunderpool's comprehension. At the very least, he refined all his meridians and acupoints again, greatly increasing their capacity. Originally, one needed to accumulate large amounts of energy to reach Tao Realm Transformation 20. Now that Gu Chansha had finished accumulating energy, he could only comprehend and grasp the key points to break through right away. He would be able to reach the gathering and dispersing realm and cultivate spiritual power. Thank you, Sect Master Endless, for lending me the universe lightning pool. After Gu Chansha came out, he bowed once more. Next, how will Sect Leader help me deal with the three apes? When Hong gave you a talisman, so I will give you one too. Chang Weiyang flipped her palm, and a talisman appeared. This talisman was made of jade, and it contained lightning and wind, as well as the birth and destruction of lightning. Gu Chansha took it. With just 2 talismans, it won't be enough to deal with the 3 apes. Of course, the 3 apes are cunning and aren't so easy to deal with. Their small Meru Mountain is one of the ancient sky pillars and contains rich ancient god energy. It is occupied by the 4 apes, and no one dares to snatch it. From this, one can see how strong they are. If the Chaos Demon ape wasn't sealed, then I wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Luckily, the 4 apes have turned into 3 apes, and their bloodlines aren't complete. That small Meru Mountain won't be able to use the full strength of the ancient sky pillar. Don't worry, Wen Hong, and I can sense your presence because of this talisman. As long as you have a chance, we will attack. How about that? Chang Weiyang said. What do you mean by I have a chance? Gu Chunsha asked. If the three apes were so easy to deal with, they would have been killed and eaten. How would you be able to plot against them? You were invited into small Meru Mountain by them, so you can spy on some of their plans. If there are other powerhouses in the plan that we can't take down, then we won't attack them. Chang Weiyang also had to consider some things. If that's the case, isn't it very dangerous for me? Gu Chunsha smiled. Isn't that what you want? Chang Weiyang said, you seem to want to break through your potential when you encounter real danger. That's true. If the three great apes don't attack me and don't have any schemes, then it would be too disappointing. Gu Chunsha was well prepared. If that's the case, I'll take my leave now and head for Mount Meru. However, before that, I hope you can help me contact Tai Fantasy Sect. How about that? I hope to meet the master of Tai Fantasy Sect. It's not appropriate for me to go to Tai Fantasy Sect now. After all, ostensibly, our Tranquil Immortal Department has lured Tai Meng to defect. Brat, you're really going to kill the three apes? Chang Weiyang knew that Gu Chunsha was serious about cooperating with Tai Fantasy Sect. Not only that, I also need to contact the Xingqiong clan. Gu Chunsha said, the three apes are an opportunity. However, the place of the Xingqiong clan has been sealed by someone called Do 19. Only a powerhouse like Weiyang Headmaster can help me deceive the seal silently. Do 19? Chang Weiyang's eyes flickered with killing intent. This person once snuck into my universe's profound gate. Fortunately, I was prepared. However, I still couldn't catch him. He escaped by relying on Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle. This person has taken the innate transformation fruit. He is almost as powerful as the 1,000 transformations stone ape. Even sages can't discover him. Gu Chunsha spoke the truth. However, I believe that with never-ending sect master's abilities, it's not that he can't discover this kid. He can also execute his methods to kill this kid. However, Headmaster is afraid of the three heavenly lords. Therefore, you didn't kill him, right? Chang Weiyang stared at Gu Chunsha for a while. I understand what you mean. Do you want to kill him for me? You want me to borrow your blade to kill him? That's right. Gu Chunsha nodded. It's never tiring to talk to Weiyang Headmaster. Our calmness celestial department is fearless. We can help your universe's profound gate kill him. I want to see if the three heavenly lords dare to act against our calmness celestial department after we kill Do 19. You are really daring. However, you are continuously testing the three heavenly lords' bottom line. Chang Weiyang looked at Gu Chunsha in a new light. She felt that the calmness celestial department was really daring. Perhaps she could make use of them. I dare to say that the three heavenly lords won't dare to act. They are afraid of Gu Taxian. This is a good opportunity to kill Do 19. If you can kill him, I'll give up everything. I'll just let you refine this kid and get the transfiguration fruit. The transfiguration fruit contains the supreme quintessence of the pre-celestial transformation Tao. If you consume it, even if you've already mastered the Heaven Tao magic, you'll still be able to break through to the 22nd transformation, the lawful manifestations of heaven and earth level. It will be easy to transform into the river of myriad things. At that time, your combat power will be extremely terrifying. Gu Chunsha grasped what Chang Weiyang was thinking. At this moment, he had finally moved this divergent sect leader. The calmness celestial department had something that could be used. Chang Weiyang could use the calmness celestial department as a knife to eradicate some existences that she wanted to kill but had great misgivings about. I will contact Tai Xuandu now. Chang Weiyang was excited. Suddenly, a will pierced through the void and flew to who knew where. After a full hour, she tore through space. At the place where the tear was, a dot of light appeared. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a person. This person was an old man. He looked unprepossessing, like an old pedant from the countryside. His eyes were blurry, and he looked like he would die at any moment. Tai Xuandu, you are becoming more and more cautious. Even when you go out, you activate the 5 decay divine art to hide your aura. Are you afraid of being discovered? Chang Weiyang spoke. The workings of the heavens are hard to fathom. The world is in turmoil, and the changes are unpredictable. A great tribulation is coming, said Tai Xuandu. I have no choice but to be cautious. As he spoke, he clasped his hands to Gu Chunsha. Many thanks to the Calmness Celestial Department for taking care of my son. Sect leader Tai Xuandu, there's no need to be so polite. Gu Chunsha hurriedly said, Tai Mang Di is my brother, and we can fight the three celestials together. We are like-minded. We will definitely succeed. The Lord of Seven Stars can topple the heavens and topple the earth, said Tai Xuandu. Just now, Sect Leader Wei Yang sent me a message. You want to fight the three ape god kings? That's right, said Tai Xuandu. The Yao and barbarian tribes will take advantage of the devil apocalypse to attack. The first to bear the brunt of the attack are the ape race and the barbarian tribe. If we can get rid of the ape race, we can get rid of a major hidden danger. We can use the ape race's wealth to solidify our nation's destiny. If our nation's destiny prospers, we might be able to influence the Tao of Heaven. That way, it will be easier for Father to suppress the Tao of Heaven. Once Father completely suppresses the Tao of Heaven, he'll be able to get rid of the three celestials as easily as turning over his hand. Gu Chunsha continued, when that happens, the structure of the profound immortal Tao sect will change. Kid, you really do have the ability to persuade others. Tai Xuandu knew that things weren't that simple, but he had a plan. Tell me, what is your plan? Uncle Wan Hong, Sect Leader Wei Yang, Tai Mystic Sect, and our Calmness Celestial Department will be a huge force. Next, I won't go to Small Summer Mountain for now. Instead, I'll use your power to complete the deal with Xing Qiongshi without alerting Do 19. After that, with Xing Qiongshi's power, it won't be impossible to deal with the three ape god kings, or even Li Wanlong. Gu Chunsha had to be fully prepared. Xing Qiongshi is a huge variable. I'm afraid that once she's released, it'll be hard to control, said Tai Xuandu. Chapter 4:21. This time, Gu Chunsha really had to make ample preparations. He didn't want to fight a battle he wasn't confident in. He joined forces with Wen Hong, Chong Weiyang, and even Tai Xian, the three top experts, to make the three apes suffer. He still didn't feel safe and wanted to release Xing Qiongshi. Releasing Xing Qiongshi and messing things up would allow him to take advantage of the chaos and gain many benefits. More importantly, as a small fry, who had not even mastered magical power, he was able to deal with existences like the Sage Leader, the Divine Ape, the fiercest of the Divine Land, and the three great Celestial Masters. Not only was he able to deal with them with ease, but he was also able to gain a lot of benefits. To him, this was a kind of wisdom cultivation path. Moreover, it was more effective than cultivating. This was good for him to raise his cultivation level and comprehend all sorts of mysteries. Sect leaders, how about it? Is there a way for me to come into contact with Xing Qiongshi again without alerting Do 19? Gu Chunsha was about to act. That's easy. Tai Xian said, that Do 19 is just a spoiled brat. He has done many bad things in the Celestial Path Xian sect just because he is the son of Celestial Lord Victorious. He is really despicable. I have a heaven-stealing talisman that can confuse this kid. As he spoke, he took out a talisman. This is a talisman that I obtained during one of my travels through the chaotic flows of space-time. Once this talisman is used, it can create confusion. Not only can it completely destroy Do 19's arrangements, but it can also avoid his detection. Thank you very much. Gu Chunsha took the talisman, discussed with the two sect leaders for a while, and then left. Chong Weiyang waved her sleeves and sent Gu Chunsha out of the space lightning pool. Seeing Gu Chunsha leave, Tai Xian frowned. Sect leader Chong Weiyang, what do you think of this kid? How far can he go? This kid isn't simple. His foundations are unprecedentedly strong. Not only did he deduce his own Tao, but he also obtained many amazing skills. Now, with his Tao as a foundation, he can use his heart to attack the quality of Heaven Path techniques. Maybe he really can succeed. In the future, this kid's achievements won't be below ours. Chong Wei-yong had a very high opinion of Gu Qinsha. This was a matter of course. If the person who merged the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and North Star bloodlines, and then shattered them, turning them into his own common life true blood, still could not be evaluated highly, then no one in the world could be evaluated highly. Moreover, Gu Qinsha's courage was extraordinary, and he was very useful to these old and cunning headmasters. This child is too daring. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but if he goes too far, he will inevitably fall. I also want to see exactly how he will stir up such a storm. Those people from the Celestial Commerce Department already possess the ability to control the entire world. Tai Xian said, maybe we can invest in them, and our future gains will exceed our imagination. I think so too, Chong Wei-yong said. However, the strength of the three heavenly lords is far beyond our imagination. Your Tai Fantasy Sect's founder, Heavenly Lord Tai, has already surpassed the 36 transformations and jumped out of the three realms. He is no longer within the five elements, but he was also plotted against by the three heavenly lords, resulting in his death. If we don't take revenge, then how can we face our ancestors? Tai Xian's expression was really ugly. Actually, your father Chong Yuzhou was nearly killed by the three heavenly lords. This is why our Cosmos sect and your Tai Fantasy sect are like horns to one another. When necessary, we can work together. Chong Wei-yong also knew that they had to work together. Also, the three heavenly lords have cultivated many chess pieces. We could develop them too. The Celestial Commerce Department is a good choice. But this chess piece might not be controlled by us. Tai Xian said, it is okay. We're just using it to deal with the three heavenly lords. Chong Wei-yong knew what Tai Xian was thinking. Let me take a look first. If this kid really has the guts to kill Do 19, then I will consider supporting him more. Do 19 isn't so easy to kill, right? Tai Xian knew how strong he was, not to mention his other abilities, just the fact that he has cultivated the 25 transformations of Tao Realm Undying Body, along with many secret techniques, and even the Heavenly Lord Talisman. He can avoid any danger. How can he be killed? That will depend on Celestial Commerce Department's ability. Chong Wei-yong wasn't anxious. If Celestial Commerce Department can kill Do 19, then it is worth our investment. If not, then we will just support you a little. But I have gained many benefits from this kid. If I comprehend it, I will be able to gain many things. Tai Xian, I think you will gain more. I don't believe that you won't pass on what your son learned to you. Calm Immortal Sector has tremendous karmic luck. This is something that ancient immortal treading suppressed the heavenly Tao, obtaining from the unseen. Tai Xian gave a cunning smile. I will hand the Tai Pearl to you, and there's a 90% chance that we can obtain the legacy left by Heavenly Lord Tai. Congratulations, congratulations. In the future, the top spot of Celestial Path Sect will probably fall to your Tai sect. Who knew what Chong Wei-yong was thinking about? That is just an empty title. I am not willing to take it. If your Cosmos sect is willing, then I can help you. Tai Xian was cunning and knew that it wasn't so easy to get first. Why not just keep quiet and get rich? If we wipe out Profound Heaven and Earth sect, I just want that saint-level green dragon. How about that? Saint-level green dragon, you really know how to think. Chong Wei-yong smiled. If this green dragon lives in the Grotto Heaven, it can nourish all the essence energy in the Grotto Heaven. Not only will it raise the quality of the herbs by 1,000 times, but it can also raise the life force of the Grotto Heaven. The benefits are immeasurable. If not for this green dragon, Profound Heaven and Earth sect wouldn't have been able to take first place. Unfortunately, Father wasn't able to take it away. When Chong Yuzhou rebelled, what did that old green dragon say? Tai Xian asked. That old green dragon is very stubborn. It seems like it has some sort of agreement with the three sky sovereigns. Chong Wei-yong didn't tell them all the secrets, but recently, that old green dragon has also fallen into a deep sleep. After so many years, it has existed since the primordial era, and its lifespan should be coming to an end. If we can seize the chance and capture it before it fuses with the Tao and fuses it into our Grotto Heaven, that would be a wonderful thing. It can't be that easy. But after this old green dragon dies, profound heaven and earth sect won't have a new green dragon. If that's the case, the herbs they produce won't be able to continue. Their strength will gradually weaken. Tai Xian was thinking about something. That's right, Chang Weiyang said, but the old azure dragon gave birth to a few azure dragon eggs, but they haven't hatched yet. In fact, the Black Heaven and Earth sect is also very worried. If there are no new azure dragons, they won't have an overwhelming advantage over the other sects in the future. Hatching green dragon eggs? A smile appeared on Tai Xian's face. I heard that Celestial Tranquility Department hatched the vermilion bird eggs and the black tortoise eggs. There are many secrets behind this. You should already know these secrets, right? Chang Weiyang said. Actually, all the signs show that the Heaven Sacrifice Talisman has appeared. This is no longer a secret. The talisman should be in the hands of that Wu family junior, Wu Dangkong. Tai Xian frowned and said, before this, it seems that Celestial Tranquility Department had it for a while. I don't understand it. It's not just me. I think even the 3 Celestial Venerables don't understand it. I don't understand it either. It goes against the principles of the immemorial era's Emperor's inheritance. But I believe that they will tell Tai Mengdi all of this, Chang Weiyang said. Let's put these things aside. Now, that kid's going to find the Xing Qiong clan's sealed place. Once it comes out, our days will be much better. Tai Xian smiled and said, however, rumor has it that only by cultivating the Son of Heaven's God-sealing art can one release the Xing Qiong clan. The key to this is worth pondering. The Son of Heaven's God-sealing art. Chang Weiyang also looked out. In their eyes, they could see every single movement of Gu Chensha. The gaze of a saint could pierce through layers of space. Moreover, Gu Chensha had their talismans on him. This was no less than a point of contact. At that moment, Gu Chensha had already reached the ocean. He had flown for 3 days and 3 nights before reaching the Eastern Wilderness Universe's profound gate. When he left, he did not want to waste any more time. So he had Chang Weiyang move him to the ocean. Chang Weiyang's divine abilities were thousands of times more profound than his. She could easily tear through space and do this. Gu Chensha reached the ocean. After flying for a while, he arrived at the region of the ocean where the Xing Qiong clan's head was sealed. He used a spell to hide his body and hide. As expected, he could see the restriction spell that Do 19 had set up at the bottom of the ocean. Gu Chensha took out the talisman that Tai Xian had given him and shook it slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The light was all absorbed by the talisman and did not cause any ripples at all. Following this, Gu Chensha saw the light move within the talisman, creating a scene that was exactly the same as the bottom of the ocean. This was a peerless illusion. At this time, Do 19 still thought that his restriction spell was operating safely and had not been touched. Even though Do 19 was powerful, compared to a crafty, profound gate sect leader like Tai Xian, he was still far behind. The distance between them could not be calculated. This Tai Xian is very calculative. It looks like I'm benefiting from working with him, but in reality, he's benefiting more. But it doesn't matter. What we lack the most is time. As long as we win enough time, the world will belong to us in the end. Gu Chensha thought of the agreement with Chang Weiyang and Tai Xian. It was not safe, and there could be variables when dealing with the 3 divine apes. Chapter 422. Xing Qiong Family? Xing Qiong Family? Gu Chensha called out. But no matter how he called, there was no response. This was unexpected. Could it be? Xing Qiong family broke free? Impossible. The Jade Mountain is still here, and there are no signs of it? How did it break free? Thinking about how things might have gotten out of his control, he started to worry. Common people's mysterious technique. Gu Chensha started to circulate his mysterious technique and headed downwards. After a full hour, he finally reached the deepest part of the trench. He found that the dark Jade Mountain still covered all the trenches, and there was still no movement below. No one knew what was being suppressed below the Jade Mountain. Xing Qiong family's aura had disappeared. Originally, Gu Chensha could feel the endless vengeful energy suppressed below the mountain. But now, The vengeful energy had totally disappeared, and there was basically no feedback. All the signs showed that Xingqiang family was no longer below the mountain. Did the Xingqiang clan really manage to break free? Did he trick me as well? But if that is the case, then I am not surprised. If he came to an agreement with me so easily and needed me to save him, then he wouldn't be the top ferocious person in the divine continent. Gu Qinsha guessed. He searched once more and used all sorts of methods, but it was to no avail. He was unable to find any traces of Xingqiang family. If Xingqiang family wanted to break free, he would definitely come to communicate with him. Now that he was motionless and silent, it was really weird. Fortunately, Gu Qinsha could use the constancy to deal with all changes. Since Xingqiang family had broken free, then Gu Qinsha could take the Jade Mountain here and use it as a base to craft puppets. This Jade Mountain was crafted by many ancient emperors and 3 sky venerables. The mysterious energy contained within was unfathomable. In the past, Gu Qinsha didn't feel that the jade was amazing. Now that his cultivation had improved, at least his eyes were comparable to some old antiques. His understanding of the jade was much better than before, and he knew that this small ball of jade was comparable to the top crafting materials in the celestial path. However, there probably wasn't any flame in the world that could melt this jade. Apart from the Son of Heaven's God Sealing Arts Jade Transformation Talisman. Moreover, the jade stone here had suppressed the Xingqiang clan for a long time, tempered by its fiendish energy, becoming even sturdier and more profound, almost becoming one with good and evil. Even with Gu Qinsha's current cultivation, he could only spin it piece by piece. Otherwise, with Gu Qinsha's current cultivation base, he could directly move 100 mountains. A mountain was something he could refine with a flip of his hand, using his own alchemic flame to turn it into lava and then reforge it. However, when he activated the Jade Transformation Talisman, he was only able to grab a very small piece of the Jade Mountain. Gu Qinsha rose from the bottom of the sea and stood on top of the Jade Mountain. Once again, he used the talisman and slammed it down. Immediately, a head-sized piece of jade fell off. Then he used his own mystic arts to carve, condense, and put layers of formations inside. After the Jade Transformation Talisman melted the jade stone, the talisman's ability could be continuously activated to turn the jade stone into something similar to jade liquid. It could be molded at will and then solidified again, but it was still indestructible. Only the Jade Transformation Talisman of the Son of Heaven's God Sealing Technique could possess such power. After the head-sized jade stone turned into jade liquid, it continued to swirl. Under the immense power of Gu Qinsha's alchemic flame, it finally took on the shape of a human. This human figure wore a battle robe and wielded a 3-pointed, double-edged blade. There was a vertical eye on its forehead. This was the image of the common life general. Right now, Gu Qinsha's cultivation base was already at the full circle. He was already extremely strong to begin with, and with the help of the universe thunder pool, his physical body was tempered and made up for all his shortcomings. Not only was his fighting strength and alchemic flame much purer, but his body was no longer just filled with the power of 108 golden cores. Now, there were hundreds and even thousands of them. This was because he had already opened up many of the small acupoints in his body and was absorbing immortal chi. These changes meant that he no longer needed to absorb the jade liquid to strengthen his body. Therefore, the jade liquid was of no use to him for the time being. When a cultivator's cultivation was unable to increase their fighting strength, they would refine puppets. Gu Qinsha was the same. That day when the Heaven Demon Tree advanced, not only did it absorb the core remnants of Buzhou Palace and Dragon Sect, but also swallowed all 360 common life god generals. Now, Gu Qinsha could only refine the common life god general. Using the jade stone that sealed the Xingqiang family as the foundation, the common life god general that was refined was even stronger than the original one. Not long after, a foot-tall mortal life divine general condensed into its embryonic form. This common life god general actually had 2 faces. The front face was one that was compassionate and compassionate, while the back face was one that was determined to change everything. This showed the difference between the common people heaven mending technique and the common people heaven reforming technique. Just like that, the Common Life God General was formed. The newly refined Common Life God General had two faces. Although it was a foot-tall person, its body gave off a supreme aura that could look down on heaven and earth. Moreover, when it waved its hand, large amounts of celestial energy gathered on its body. Very good, perfect. Guqinsha was really satisfied with his work. The strongest part of this Common Life God General was that it carried the vengeful energy of the Xingqiang family. This was because the Jade Stone was used to suppress the Xingqiang family for a long time. As time passed, it was tainted with the vengeful energy. This vengeful energy terrified even gods and saints. It also had a really strong mental suppression. After this Common Life God General was refined, there was no movement below. It seemed like the Xingqiang family had really left. Guqinsha didn't stop and continued to refine. He smashed down a head-sized talisman to refine the Common Life God General. The first Common People's God General also released its power to help him refine it. Just like that, it was much quicker. Then, the second Common Life God General was successfully refined. Guqinsha smashed down a third Jade Stone. Palipala. 3 days and 3 nights passed. 360 mortal generals floated around Guqinsha's body. Each of them was a small person about a foot tall, but each of them had a supreme aura and might that could tear apart the heavens and earth and dominate the heavens. Very few people could resist the power of these auras when they gathered together and swept across the area. The amazing thing about these Common Life God Generals was that their bodies were tough and almost indestructible. This was because their raw materials were jade stones that even saints couldn't destroy. Only the Son of Heaven God sealing techniques, Jade Transformation Talisman, could destroy them. 360 Common Life God Generals aren't enough. I need to refine more. Guqinsha knew that although these 360 Common Life God Generals were refined and could help him increase his power, the combined power of these Common Life God Generals could only trap someone like the Skull Black Demon Emperor, who had 23 transformations past reflection. It would be very difficult to kill him. The Skull Black Demon Emperor's magic power was only at the Minute Dust technique. It didn't even reach the Solid Rock technique. The main reason was that the Common Life God Generals had just been refined and hadn't accumulated enough power. After any magic treasure was successfully refined, it needed a long time to brew, nourish, and nurture before it could reach the great perfection realm. In the Space Lightning Pool, Tai Xiandu and Chang Weiyang saw this scene. This jade stone is really one of the best refining materials in the world. It's almost connate. Unfortunately, even we can't refine it. Only the Son of Heaven God sealing techniques, Jade Transformation Talisman, can refine it. Chang Weiyang observed everything that Guqinsha did. The Xingqiang family is actually gone. This is bad news. Tai Xiandu's expression was very ugly. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. The great calamity is coming. This is bad news for the 3 celestial venerables, but for us, there won't be any peaceful days. That's right, Chang Weiyang said. The Great Tribulation is coming, and we definitely can't just stay out of it. We are some of the people who stand at the peak of this world, and we're also implicated by great karma. In the future, we will be the first targets of the Great Tribulation. Just like how, when the world was in turmoil, the most eye-catching people were the emperor, the imperial court, and the nobles. In the storm, these people would eventually fall. Some commoners might live in seclusion somewhere and not get involved. As for Chang Weiyang and Tai Xiandu, it was impossible for them to avoid the calamity. It seems like this kid really knows the Son of Heaven God sealing technique. Chang Weiyang was full of admiration. Although the technique he used to refine the puppet is still shallow, it seems to be very mysterious. After a long time, the puppet can really reach an extremely high realm and possess great destructive power. That's right. The material of this jade stone is amazing. Many ancient emperors worked together to seal the Qing family. It was also infected by the baleful energy, so it became even more amazing. Tai Xiandu had a thoughtful expression on his face. Actually, we can share some of this jade stone. Of course. Chang Weiyang said, this kid can't refine all of the jade mountains. They are hundreds of miles wide and 100,000 feet tall. If he continues like this, he won't be able to refine them for decades. Gu Chensha worked for 3 days and 3 nights and only made 360 human head-sized jade stones. Compared to a mountain, it wasn't even a drop in the ocean. I think he wants to refine 3,600 of these puppets. That should be enough, Tai Xiandu said, but without the Qing family, it won't be so easy for this kid to deal with the 3 apes. I thought that he would reach some sort of agreement with the Qing family, and then he would take the lead to deal with the 3 apes. But now that the Qing family isn't doing anything, are we supposed to do it? Chapter 423. Shu. After another month, 3,600 common life divine generals appeared by Gu Chinch's side. These divine generals gathered together and formed a large formation. They swallowed and swallowed each other, growing stronger and stronger as they nurtured stronger and stronger spirituality. If possible, Gu Chansha wanted to refine 36,000 or even 360,000 of them. The more puppets there were, the more powerful they would be. However, his mind was only focused. If he condensed too many common life divine generals, it would be difficult to control them. Of course, puppets actually had their own consciousness and could do many things. However, this required a long period of nurturing and training. Apart from this, in battle, the puppets had to be one with their master's mind, or else they would be taken away by others. Last time, in the demon domain, Gu Chansha had taken away the skeleton demon emperor's divine General Maha. If he let these common life divine generals do things like developing, forging, condensing, and planting, these things would be easy. However, when experts fought, they would be easily taken away. Right now, the 3,600 common life divine generals were just right. They were still within Gu Chinch's control. His divine will could completely control them. If there were more, his control would not be perfect, and they would be taken away by others. Moreover, it had already been too long. If he still did not go to Little Meru Mountain, he would be laughed at by the ape race. Divine generals returned to 1. He used his divine will, and immediately, the 3,600 common life divine generals turned into 3,600 drops of liquid and entered his body's acupoints. This was just being stored and not fusing into his body. Gu Chinch's body was already full and did not need any essence chi. Whoosh! Gu Chinsha flew up and left this place, heading into the depths of the Borish wilderness. Little Meru Mountain's location was very special. It was originally an ancient sky pillar and had been occupied by the 4 great apes. They cultivated there and obtained many benefits. The sky pillar contained the fate of heaven and earth and the essence of heaven and earth. These things gathered here could occupy important positions. From this, one could see how powerful the ape race was. Of course, the chaotic world demon ape was the main ape race. They had many fortuitous encounters, which was why they could occupy this sacred land. Gu Chinsha flew much faster. He passed through the Borish wilderness and gradually entered the depths. As expected, it was very different from Eastern wilderness. The Eastern wasteland was filled with verdant mountains and limpid waters. Although most of the mountains were towering and precipitous, they were filled with spirituality. The savage wasteland was filled with dense forests, wild and demonic. Comparing the two, Gu Chansha had a deeper understanding of the mountains and rivers. In the north was the Borish wilderness, and in the west was the ocean. In the south was the Borish wilderness, while in east was where celestials gathered. In the divine great land, there were many mortals living in the center. Why could mortals occupy the celestials? Humans seemed to be of the celestials. Heaven, humans seemed to be the humans were the spirits. Why did the human race encounter so many natural disasters and chaos once it became prosperous? Over the past few days, Gu Chensha had been running between the mountains and rivers, shuttling back and forth, observing the various states of the world. He had also made some achievements in tempering his mind. He was thinking about some secrets of time at all times. After flying for 4 or 5 days, he caught sight of an enormous mountain in the depths of the wildlands. It was like a heavenly pillar, piercing through the clouds and then vanishing into the void. Whether it was in the Boorish wilderness or eastern wilderness, there were countless mountains that pierced through the clouds. However, Gu Chensha could see the peak of all of them. After all, there was a limit to how tall a mountain could be. As for the mountain in front of them, it had pierced through the sky and entered a void. One could vaguely see the void turbulence tearing the mountain apart, but it was unable to do anything to the mountain. The entire mountain was perfectly straight. It really was like an unparalleled god had erected a pillar to support the sky. This was Minor Mount Meru. Gu Chensha felt that even if he had the power to move mountains and fill the seas, it would be impossible for him to move this pillar. It really is Mount Meru. The 3 great ape gods live here, and all of them are god-level experts. None of them are people that I can deal with right now. This place is like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. However, I still want to give it a try. I hope that I can encounter some danger and stimulate my potential, allowing me to break through. Right now, I'm only 1 step away. Gu Chensha knew his own cultivation. He was at the peak of the Tao realm's 19 changes. As long as he comprehended some changes, he would be able to break through to 20 and turn it into spiritual energy. But this monster had sudden inspiration. If he cultivated spiritual energy, then it would definitely be of the Heaven Path technique quality. His combat strength would increase by at least 10 times. Moreover, if he cultivated spiritual energy, he would be able to use the Son of Heaven God sealing technique and other martial arts. It was much stronger than using pill energy. One could say that spiritual energy was the true start of the celestial path. Normal cultivators could only comprehend the celestial world after cultivating spiritual energy. They would absorb celestial energy into their bodies, and the efficiency would increase. It was much higher than spiritual energy. Laws were the power of laws. Only when one understood this power would they be able to use their techniques to their fullest. For example, after Gu Chensha cultivated spiritual energy, the common people god general he refined wouldn't be as strong as it was now. Instead, it would be more exquisite, filled with killing power and intelligence. Mortal realm martial arts masters reached the first transformation of the Tao realm, eating energy and fasting. This was a huge change. They were above the common people, absorbing spiritual energy. This was the beginning of transcendence. The most crucial step was that they didn't have to run around for 3 meals a day. In one's life, if one didn't have to run around for 3 meals a day, then one would be able to release one's life. Then, from the 5th transformation, spirit gathering 100 orifices to the 6th transformation, refine energy into energy. From the brute strength of the body to sentient energy was a huge change. Then, from the 13th transformation, demon swallowing and ghost eating to the 14th transformation, soul projection, was also a huge change. Next was the 17th, from the Tao splitting soul division to the 18th, Great Tao Golden Core. However, none of these changes were as great as the changes from the 19th transformation to the 20th transformation, gathering and dispersing impermanence. He had to succeed in cultivating such a change. Gu Chensha didn't fly into Little Meru Mountain right away. Instead, he landed in the distance and hid. He hid his body. Little Meru Mountain was surrounded by a dense forest. There were mountains all around, and the scenery had been modified. It was similar to eastern wilderness. There were waterfalls, and there were even more fruit trees. Peach trees. The surroundings of Mount Meru were filled with peach trees. These peach trees were all purplish-green immortal peaches. Purple-green peaches bloomed every 30 years and bore fruit every 30 years. They only matured after 30 years. The purple-green peaches here seemed to mature every year. They were no different from normal peach trees. In the mountain forest here, many apes scuttled back and forth in the mountain forest, plucking those peaches and sending them into Mount Meru. Some of these monkeys had white fur, some golden fur, and some seven-colored fur. Apart from that, there was a stone monkey that looked like it was carved out of jade. Gu Chensha knew that this was the bloodline of the Thousand Transformation Stone Ape. The Thousand Transformation Stone Ape was born from stone, similar to Marquis Ducheur. However, Marquis Ducheur was born after his mother slept next to a spirit stone and felt the spirit stone's essence energy. Little Meru Mountain is indeed extraordinary. The surrounding purple-green peaches are affected. Not only do they bloom and bear fruit faster, but the effects are also much better. Gu Chensha saw that there was another peach tree in the middle of every 1,000 purple-green peaches. They were seven-colored and emitted rainbow-like light. Rainbow peaches formed on them. This is the rainbow immortal peach tree. It's much more mysterious than the purple-green peaches. Rumor has it that it blooms every 300 years, bears fruit every 300 years, and matures every 300 years. Gu Chensha nodded inwardly. The purple-green peach forest here is at least a few thousand miles wide. How many peaches can it bear every year? Not to mention how many spirit herbs are growing on Little Meru Mountain. Gu Chensha then looked towards Little Mount Meru and discovered that there were even more spirit medicines growing on the mountain. The soil on the enormous and strangely tall mountain was a kind of heavenly green color that carried a divine fragrance. This was heaven's soil, and it was a level higher than celestial soil. Countless spirit herbs grew on the mountain and swayed with the wind. There were even some ginseng that turned into white and chubby dolls rolling around. He hid his body and observed in the dark. He walked towards Little Meru Mountain step by step and soon arrived at the entrance of the mountain path. Mount Meru was straight up, and the mountain road was like a ladder. Humans couldn't climb it. Only apes and monkeys could climb it. Many monkeys scuttled back and forth on the mountain. Some of them collected spirit medicines and brought them into caves. Faintly, one could see some old monkeys concocting pills in those caves. There seemed to be many caves inside Little Meru Mountain. It was like a maze with many monkeys living there. Before Gu Chensha got close to Little Meru Mountain, he felt that the whole mountain was enveloped by a restrictive spell. It was a restriction set up by a deity rank expert. With his current cultivation, he couldn't force his way through. It seems that my cultivation has improved a bit. Even a deity rank expert can't find me with my invisibility. Gu Chensha nodded inwardly. He wasn't prepared to use the 3 talismans. This was his last resort. Today, he came to sign a contract with the 3 godly apes. If they had evil intentions, then he would use peaceful means before resorting to force. Standing at the entrance of Little Meru Mountain, he had long since familiarized himself with the surroundings. He made many deductions in his mind before releasing some of his aura. The moment he released his aura at the peak of Little Meru Mountain, deep in the void, it immediately sensed something and let out a thunderous sound that shook the earth. Many monkeys were scared and scurried in all directions. They seemed to feel the wrath of the gods. A voice came down. I didn't expect the tranquil immortal department to come so late. We've waited for more than a month. This voice didn't belong to the yin-yang ghost ape. It was very violent and full of killing intent. The 4th, he's a guest. Don't be rash. He's a guest I invited. This voice belonged to the yin-yang ghost ape. Interesting. This little guy is interesting. What a strong body. This voice should belong to the 2nd, ranked 1,000 transformations stone ape. Among the 4 godly apes, the chaotic demonic ape ranked 1st, the 1,000 transformations stone ape 2nd, the yin-yang ghost ape 3rd, and the diamond fighting ape 4th. The violent voice that spoke first was obviously the diamond fighting ape. Gu Chensha didn't say anything and waited quietly. Chapter 424. The tornado wasn't gentle. It was extremely violent, as though it could melt gold and stone and refine everything. It wrapped around Gu Qinsha, and countless wind blades slashed at him, but they couldn't do anything to him. If he hadn't been tempered by the cosmic thunder pool, the power of the tornado might have made him suffer a little. It would have been very uncomfortable. This must be the yin-yang ghost ape seeing through my cultivation and activating this wind to take me down a notch. These three divine apes aren't good people. They didn't expect me to have predicted this. Gu Qinsha sneered inwardly. The tornado was activated just right. If it had been at the cultivation level of the yin-yang ghost ape, it would have been very uncomfortable, but it wouldn't have been fatal. This wasn't the way to treat a guest. The tornado wrapped around Gu Qinsha for dozens of breaths before stopping. The haze in front of him dissipated, and he fell into a huge cave. The cave was the color of ancient stones. There was nothing fancy about it, just rocks that had been covered in dust for a long time. There were also traces of time and changes left behind by the vicissitudes of time. The cave was huge, and one couldn't see the end. It was obviously a space that wasn't man-made, but naturally formed. A natural grotto heaven. This was a real grotto heaven. There was another world inside the cave. There were plants growing in the huge cave. It was a tree that was as tall as a few people, but it seemed to have been struck by lightning. There were no leaves, and the branches were scorched black. The trunk seemed to have been carbonized, and there was no vitality. However, there was a familiar aura coming from the tree. Heavenly Demon Tree. Gu Qinsha was shocked because he realized that this was the Heavenly Demon Tree. However, this Heavenly Demon Tree was a wreckage with no vitality. It had clearly met with a calamity in ancient times, and the three divine apes had somehow obtained it. They had planted it here and used secret arts to refine it, trying to restore its vitality, but to no avail. This wreckage couldn't be restored. First, the three divine apes didn't know the secret arts in the Heavenly Demon Book and knew nothing about how to refine the Heavenly Demon Tree. Second, they hadn't obtained the bloodlines of the North Star, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger. Third, it was simple. They hadn't obtained a connate Earth-Law spirit treasure like the Central Wutu Great Virtue Flag, so they couldn't awaken the vitality of the land. The wreckage of the Heavenly Demon Tree was planted in a pond, which was filled with a milky white liquid. Milk of the earth. As soon as Gu Qinsha saw it, he could tell that it was a treasure. It was earth milk, a treasure that couldn't be concocted by humans. Instead, it was congealed from the energy of the earth. It was similar to milk and required millions upon millions of years to be congealed. If this treasure could be combined with the heavenly dew, it would be the fusion of heaven and earth, creating the most mysterious thing. The heavenly dew was not something that humans could refine. It was obtained through the heaven sacrificial talisman. Even the current Gu Qinsha could not obtain the heavenly dew without the heaven sacrificial talisman. The heavenly dew and earthly milk combined into one. It was rumored that it could also change one's aptitude. Gu Qinsha had been in contact with the profound immortal Dao sects for a long time, and the calming immortal department had also received a lot of taxes from many second and third-rate sects, but none of them had Mother Earth's milk. Not to mention that such a good thing was extremely rare. Even a single drop was extremely precious. If the immortal Dao sects had a fortuitous encounter, they would definitely consume it themselves or refine it into medicinal pills. Now that there was so much Mother Earth's milk, even Gu Qinsha could not help but be tempted. Liu Baiwei had excavated the tomb of the ancient Tian Zishu and obtained a lot of heavenly dew. There was still some left, and if he combined it with the Mother Earth's milk, he could create a lot of spirit herbs. Combined with the incomplete Raising Dragon Heart Sutra that Gu Qinsha obtained last time, he could let the disciples of the calming immortal department cultivate it. Many of them could quickly increase their aptitudes to high grade. The true dragon-raising cultivation technique came from the Dragon Gate of the Great Desolate Aeon. Gu Qinsha had obtained the incomplete Dragon Transformation Pagoda from Yuan Sha and the incomplete Cauldron Transformation Pagoda from the ancient underworld underwater dwelling. When the two were combined, this cultivation technique showed some profundities. If it was given to disciples to cultivate, those disciples could change their aptitude and become high-grade after a long time. Completing the cultivation of the dragon-raising cultivation technique could make one a genius. However, this complete cultivation technique was in the hands of the martial emperor. The martial emperor had disappeared after his resurrection. No one knew where he was hiding. Gu Qinsha knew that this person must be hiding to recover his strength. After all, his current strength was not enough for him to dominate the world. A voice rang out. "Kid, you've been staring at the heavenly demon tree for so long. Do you have ulterior motives?" Gu Qinsha looked around. In this huge cave, the first thing that came into view were 3 apes. One of the apes was dark green in color and had no fur. Instead, it was glossy like jade. It was old and tall, and its body revealed an ever-changing and unfathomable aura. Obviously, it was the 1000-transformation stone ape. The other old monkey was the Yin ghost ape. Its body was alternating between black and white, and there was a giant monkey whose entire body was golden, as if it was forged from gold. It was dozens of feet tall like a small mountain. Without a doubt, this was the King Kong fighting ape. However, it was not these 3 great apes that were mentioned. Below them, there were some other apes. Amongst them was the current chief of the ape race, Ape Huang, and Yuan Shasheng. Apart from that, Gu Qinsha also saw the great ape king that he had nearly killed. Apart from the great ape king, the other 9 great ape kings of the ape tribe, Blood Ape King, Golden Ape King, Wise Ape King, Empty Ape King, Light Ape King, Wise Ape King, Violent Ape King, Martial Ape King, and Star Ape King were all here. Apart from that, there were also some ape race experts and unknown cultivators gathered in the cave. The lowest level was the Great Tao Realm Golden Core of the 18th transformation. Without reaching Golden Core, one didn't have the right to come here. There are so many experts in the ape race. Gu Qinsha glanced around and roughly understood the situation. In the depths of the cave, there were many monkeys sitting upright, and there were probably more than 1,000 of them. The overall strength of the ape race could be compared to the top 10 of the 72 celestial sections. Of course, this was when the chaotic demon ape god was still around. Now that the ape was sealed, the ape race had lost this high-end combat strength. They were at a disadvantage, and their overall strength had dropped by a lot. But in the middle layer, the ape race was still the strongest. Moreover, the land of Endless Land was huge, and there were places that had yet to be explored. There would definitely be ape race members. The experts in the cave didn't represent all of the ape race. The one who spoke was the ape race leader, Ape Huang. This monster had suffered a huge loss at the hands of Gu Qinsha and was really angry. 3 god apes, you invited me here to sign an agreement to join our calming celestial agency and pay taxes for 100 years. You also want to send experts to listen to our orders to defend against the demon disaster. Why? Is this how you treat your guests? Gu Qinsha didn't care about Ape Huang and looked towards the Yin ghost ape. The Yin ghost ape was the one who invited him. Kid, calm down. The Yin ghost ape grinned. I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly in just a month. It has exceeded my expectations. It seems like you are prepared and you aren't rash. Not bad. I invited you here to negotiate and sign an agreement. But after our discussion, we still need to discuss the terms. Then were the terms. Gu Qinsha laughed coldly in his heart. Yuan Shasheng, you say it. The Yin ghost ape instructed Yuan Shasheng. Although Yuan Shasheng was human, he was the chosen representative of the chaotic world demon ape and had an extremely high status in the ape race. The terms are as follows. Yuan Shasheng stood up and looked coldly at Gu Qinsha. First, our ape race will not pay taxes to the calming celestial agency. We are the demon race, not immortals. Your calming celestial agency has nothing to do with demons. Second, the calming celestial agency will pay a protection fee to our ape race every year, and we will not invade your great Yonko territory. Third, your calming celestial agency will hand over the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and goat chun bloodlines, as well as all the secret arts of the heavenly demon tome. Other than that, you will uproot that fully cultivated heavenly demon tree and give it to us as a gift in exchange for eternal peace. Fourth, we will drop the matter of us dealing with the devils. The devil bane is inevitable, and we will wait and see. We will not participate. Of course, if you humans can't take it, you can ask for our protection. However, you will still have to pay tribute, and you will have to be our slaves. You will have to do a number of things for us. Fifth, from the moment the agreement is signed, we will have to send people into the calming celestial agency to become officials in the imperial court. The ape race will have a higher status than humans, and every human who sees an ape will have to kowtow. Sixth, all humans will have to worship the chaotic world demon ape god, the thousand transformation stone ape god, the yin-yang ghost ape god, and the Vajra battle ape god. Every village, town, county, prefecture, provincial capital, and prefecture must have a temple. At the same time, every household must worship them 3 times a day in the morning and in the evening, or they will be killed without mercy. After saying these 6 conditions, Yuan Shashing's hand shook and a piece of paper appeared in front of him. The 6 conditions were clearly written on it. Yuan Shashing raised the agreement and walked over. Gu Qinsha, what do you think of this agreement? If you don't have any objections, then sign it. However, it doesn't matter if you don't sign it. We have plenty of ways to make you sign it. These demons really don't know what's good for them. It seems I was too kind in the past. The ancient sages were right. Those who aren't of my race are bound to have different hearts. There's no way to appease them. Outsiders have power, not virtue. Demons are demons. Although Gu Qinsha had long since anticipated this outcome, he was still infuriated. These 6 conditions were not for negotiation, but for extermination and humiliation. That was especially true of the last condition. All human households, villages, and towns had to worship the 4 great apes 3 times a day in the morning and in the evening, but they would be killed without mercy. That was a humiliation that came from the depths of the soul. Chapter 425. Gu Qinsha was shocked. He was furious, but he didn't explode. Instead, he kept a smile on his face. He didn't let his emotions show, and he didn't even look at the ape. Instead, he stared at the 3 apes and said, "Is this what you want? Yin-yang ghost ape, is this how you show me your sincerity?" That's right. This is the final agreement the 3 of us have reached. The yin-yang ghost ape didn't look the least bit embarrassed. I think this is a very good agreement. Humans will be protected by the apes and will be safe from future devil disasters. And the Celestial Calmness Department will be protected by the apes. You can turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. What do you think? Kid, you've got guts to bring up this agreement. Who gave you the guts to do that? The King Kong fighting ape's huge body laughed out loud. You're delusional. You want us apes to pay taxes for you? Believe it or not, I'll crush your head right now. But when 2 nations go to war, they don't kill envoys. I know that. That's why we'll let you go today. Of course, you have to sign this agreement, and the Celestial Calmness Department will fulfill the terms of the agreement. Only then will we let you go. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer. I really want to throw you into my godly fire and roast you. I want to hear your cries of pain. It'd be a shame. The 4th, don't scare kids, the 1,000 changes stone ape said. The ape's tone softened a bit, as if it was playing the good guy. It looked at Gu Qinsha and said, "Young man, you have the most potential in the Celestial Calmness Department. You seem to be on the verge of reaching the heavenly Tao magic level, and you're the most outstanding son of Gu Taxian. It would be a shame to die like this. I advise you to sign this contract. As long as you sign the contract, you will give us all the contents of the sky, famed mystic technique you have learned. You will have fulfilled some conditions. Otherwise, we can still capture you and dig out any memories from your head. Don't force us to do that. Are you going to break your promise?" Gu Qinsha questioned. Back then, when the yin-yang ghost ape and I signed an agreement and agreed to pay taxes to our tranquil immortal department, I immediately released Yuan Shashing and the great ape king to show enough sincerity. But what about now? Brat, you still have the face to say that? You attacked my chaotic demonic ape temple and killed my people. I haven't settled this debt with you yet. Ape Desolation stepped forward, seemingly about to attack. Very good. Since you want to speak reason, let's talk about it. Back then, you were a thief and snuck into the temple, stealing the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, the 7 Sacred Heart Tempering Pill, and many other treasures. How are we going to settle this debt? Yuan Shashing said viciously. This matter was extremely damaging to him. Otherwise, his current cultivation would be much higher. It's a battle between two sides. Naturally, we can do anything. Gu Qinsha sneered. Later on, the Yin-Yang ghost ape personally negotiated with us and promised us some things. Do you think that's bullshit? TSK, TSK, tisk. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded out from within the cave as 2 women in red clothes appeared. It was the 2 sisters, K. Ing-Er and K. Huang-Er. The moment K. Ing-Er appeared, a mocking smile appeared on her face. Gu Qinsha, I said that you're stupid, and you're really stupid. Before you've cultivated your transcendence energy, you've been running around with your true form, and you actually dare to come here. Don't the apes not listen to the nest of 10,000 dragons? What are you 2 doing here? Gu Qinsha asked. Also, did you really think I didn't predict your betrayal? Did you really think the Lord of 7 Stars of the Calming Immortal Department would be that stupid? Of course we knew you were powerful, so we prepared a lot of things, the Yin-Yang ghost ape said. The nest of 10,000 dragons is a holy land for us, Yao. In the past, the apes did have some friction with it, but it didn't affect the overall situation. As for what you did, I know. You went to find that one Hong, didn't you? Did you think he could protect you? The Yin-Yang ghost ape lives up to its name. You actually know my background. Since that's the case, you're definitely going to eat me today, right? Gu Qinsha laughed. It seemed the Yin-Yang ghost ape didn't know about Chong Wei-Yang and Tai Xuandu. Chong Wei-Yang was an anomaly, and her cultivation was already at the peak of the sage level. In fact, she might even have reached the 36 transformations, embodiment transformation. She was just 1 step away from reaching the celestial sovereign level. She was the same as martial emperors back in the day. Chong Wei-Yang's cultivation far surpassed the 3 ape gods, and possibly even surpassed the Yao race's Li Wanlong. As for Tai Xuandu, he was also a wily old fox. The Yin-Yang ghost ape would be hard to predict. However, this might also be the Yin-Yang ghost ape's way of cunning. Perhaps it already knew, but deliberately didn't say anything. Screw Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha had already calculated all of this, so he wouldn't slack off. The only thing he wasn't sure about was that Xing Qiong had already left the bottom of the sea. If she hadn't left and borrowed power from Xing Qiong, then dealing with the 3 ape gods would be a cinch. Of course, he had some confidence now. In addition, Gu Qinsha knew that Zhuge would also plot this matter, so he wouldn't just stand by and watch. This was the Calming Immortal Department's greatest show of might. More importantly, if they defeated the 3 ape gods, there would be great benefits. When Gu Qinsha entered, the first thing he saw was the wreckage of the Heavenly Demon Tree. If he could obtain it and let the Heavenly Demon Tree sapling in his common people's wish sphere absorb it, the Heavenly Demon Tree sapling would grow rapidly and survive its infancy. This would save the Calming Immortal Department hundreds of years of development. Thus, he had to obtain the wreckage of the Heavenly Demon Tree. In addition, Gu Qinsha also saw many secret caves in this huge cave abode. There were many treasures and pills stored there, as well as the essence that the ape race had accumulated over countless years. If these things were all given to the Calming Immortal Department, then the Calming Immortal Department could develop the world to an unimaginable level. All kinds of policies could be implemented, and even the Crown Prince, Wu Dangkong, and Gu Tanjian wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, the Calming Immortal Department had truly surpassed the Celestial Designer Department, becoming the #1 power in the Imperial Court. At that time, he would reform the Royal Court and weaken the influence of Wu Dangkong, Gu Tanjian, and the Crown Prince. With that, he would be in power, and the world would be at peace, and the country would prosper. The ape race's accumulation from the immemorial era until now was no small matter. Does that mean I can't leave? Gu Qinsha smiled. If I don't agree, are you going to capture me and refine my soul? Forcibly extracting memories? Not bad. The Yin-Yang ghost ape said, don't force us to do that. Sign the contract and immediately hand over all your memories. That's impossible. Gu Chunsha looked around. You demons, it seems like I can't reason with you in the future. Thousand Transformation Stone Ape, Yin-Yang Ghost Ape, Diamond Fighting Ape, I dare say that besides the three of you, no one else is a match for me. The monster race respects the strong. I will make my stance clear. Apart from the three of you, if anyone else can beat me, I will agree to your conditions. How about that? Kid, you are too arrogant. You are actually bargaining with us here. Ape Desolate stood up. No matter how strong you are, you dare to say such words? The three old ancestors let me suppress this kid. Ape Desolate, attack. Yin-Yang Ghost Ape said, in case this kid thinks that we have no one. If the three of us attack, we will be bullying him. If the guests in the 10,000 dragon nest spread this out, our race will lose face. Using his identity as Yin-Yang Ghost Ape to trick Guqinsha here was already a huge loss of face. But the ape didn't care. He was worried that Guqinsha had other methods, so he wanted Ape Desolate to test them out. Other than the three divine apes, Ape Desolation was not the strongest among the ape clan, but it was favored by the three divine apes. It was skilled in management, and it had cultivated an undying body. Tao Realm 25 Transformation. In the celestial path Xian sect, he could be considered an old antique. As for the experts of the 26th, 27th, 28th, and 29th changes, there were also some among the ape race. They were the ones who would take over the three divine apes in the future. Some of them were in a critical juncture of their closed-door training and did not appear here. Gu Chunsha felt that with his current cultivation, it would be very difficult for him to deal with a strong cultivator with an immortal body. His chances of winning were not high. After all, although he had improved tremendously recently, he had not cultivated his dermic powers. He was still using his Dan Qi. Compared to his dermic powers, the power of his Jin Dan was definitely lacking. Ape Desolate walked out and didn't attack. Instead, he said to K. Ing-Er and K. Huang, the two of you seem to have suffered at the hands of this kid. I remember that you gave the vermilion bird egg to this kid, but now he has taken it away. The vermilion bird hatched and is in the calm celestial department. I think we should let you deal with this kid first to show our respect to the 10,000 dragon nest. How about that? Ape Desolate seemed to know that Gu Chunsha was definitely strong and wouldn't come to small Meru Mountain to die. He was really cunning and wanted the nest of 10,000 dragon to make the first move. How could Kei Huang see through the situation? She said, this is a conflict between the ape race and the calm celestial department. The nest of 10,000 dragon nest is just here to hold the line. Lord Demon Saint gave me a talisman to prevent this kid from struggling. Lord Ape Desolate doesn't care. You can fight to your heart's content. You're the leader of a race, and your cultivation has reached the undying body. There aren't many experts like you in the celestial path Xian sect. Are you afraid of a kid who hasn't cultivated spiritual power? Don't worry, as long as this kid doesn't use his own strength, we will activate Demon Saint's talisman and let this kid die. How about that? Chapter 426. The three ape gods weren't idiots. They knew that Gu Qinsha wouldn't come so easily. He definitely had a trump card. They were all plotting. If Gu Qinsha didn't have a trump card, they definitely wouldn't believe it. How could the Lord of Seven Stars be so easy to deal with? That was why the three ape gods didn't want to attack yet. They wanted Ape Desolation to see what Gu Qinsha's trump card was. Only then could they think of a way to counter it. Otherwise, if they attacked without knowing anything, they might just fall into a trap. Although the three ape god kings were extremely arrogant, they weren't blindly looking down on the celestial commerce department. After all, back when the Lord of Seven Star had been born, her death exemption talismans had shaken the world, and not even many saints had been able to do anything to her. Although the Calmness Immortal Division no longer had anything like the Death Immunity Talisman, everyone knew that Lu Baiwe and Gu Chunsha were characters highly regarded by the Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor. What if the Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor left behind some trump cards? Yes. Ape Desolation heard the three ancestors speak, so he decided to attack Guqinsha. Last time, he had activated an incarnation. Although he had only used 1/10 of his power, it was still extremely terrifying. However, Guqinsha had suppressed him, causing him to suffer heavy losses. Zhuge Ye had even used a curse, which had affected his main body. If it hadn't been for the Yin-Yang ghost ape, he would have already died. This time, he wanted Guqinsha to experience what it felt like to be better off dead. Kill. This time, Ape Desolation's main body was here, so he went all out. Although his power wasn't as great as Jing Qiu's, he still had the undying body of the 25th transformation. He punched out. His fist was filled with endless transformations, and his magic power shook. It contained the laws of the undying. It was impossible to break, interrupt, block, or destroy. The undying body was formed when one's magic power was used to the extreme. It was extremely difficult to destroy, which was why it was called undying. The 20th transformation, convergence, dispersion, impermanence. After cultivating magic power, it was the 21st transformation, transforming into the 5 elements. Magic power merged with the 5 elements, giving one the power to transform the 5 elements. Next was to comprehend the attributes of all things in the world, becoming the 22nd transformation of heaven and earth. Magic power was further condensed. Next was see the past and peek into the future, comprehending the mysteries of time, and finally achieving the undying body. The undying body could manipulate the past and the future, calculate all sorts of things, and was known as the undying body. Its own magic power was also extremely refined and basically could not be defeated. Now, Ape Desolation was attacking with full power, and Guqinsha felt a great deal of pressure. Guqinsha's expression turned solemn as the pressure rolled over. However, he looked delighted. This time, he was fighting against a cultivator with an undying body under the pressure of the 3 ape gods and a god-level expert. He was surrounded by a horde of demons and was fighting against a cultivator with an undying body. The quality of the desolate ape's magic power was the Vajra technique. It was not trash like Jing Fanqing. Although it was not as good as Jing Qiu, its every move contained great power. T, Qiu T T, T, Gu, T, V, T with T T T with E, Gu V V V T A T T. Guqinsha's magic power was of the diamond technique, and it was between the true dragon technique and the true dragon technique. If he could comprehend a certain principle, he would be able to completely master the true dragon technique. With Guqinsha's level of cultivation back then, he could easily capture Ape Desolation, which had only 1/10 of its power. He could still suppress it with 2/10 of its power. Against 3/10 or 4/10 of its power, he could only defeat it. He could not capture alive. Against 5/10 of its power, he could only fight to a draw. If Ape Desolation had used 60–70% of its power, Guqinsha would have been the one running. Now, Guqinsha had been tempered by the cosmic thunder pool. His cultivation level had increased again, and his power had increased a lot. However, it seemed that he was still lacking to deal with Ape Desolation, who had gone all out. After all, the difference in cultivation level was too great. The other party's magic power was under his control. Even if Guqinsha used all his power, he would not be able to cause much damage to Ape Desolation's undying body. The key was that Guqinsha did not want to use his trump card fist techniques. For example, if he used the Son of Heaven Investiture God techniques Sun and Moonshine together and the Great Massacre God techniques Dusk of the Gods, they would have great destructive power. However, they would be exposed in front of this group of monsters. Now, Guqinsha was using the common people Mend Heaven technique that he had created himself. Perfecting this technique was the true foundation. Kill. Guqinsha also punched out, fighting with Ape Desolation. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged thousands of blows. When Guqinsha's fist landed on Ape Desolation's body, There was no response. All the power was neutralized by Ape Desolation's undying body. When Ape Desolation's fist landed on Gu Chinch's body, the power was absorbed. It did not break his body into pieces. This kid's physical body is so strong. Yin Yang Ghost Ape, Thousand Transformation Stone Ape, and King Kong Fighting Ape looked at each other and frowned. Logically, as long as one master magic power, it would be easy to tear apart the physical body of Rui 19 transformation. Generally speaking, gathering and dispersing impermanence at 20 transformation would be able to crush 19 transformation. As for undying body against 19 transformation, in the blink of an eye, he would be annihilated. But now, Ape Desolation could not even take care of Gu Qinsha. The key was that Gu Qinsha did not use any treasures. He was relying on his own power. If Gu Qinsha was allowed to grow, what would happen? Kaiying, and Kei Huang watched with trepidation. They were also very strong, but they would probably be killed in an instant when facing Gu Qinsha. When they saw this scene, a strong desire arose in the two women, and that was to kill Gu Qinsha. The three divine apes were the same. They were all god-tier experts with sharp eyes. They could naturally see that Gu Qinsha's potential was almost limitless. If Gu Qinsha was allowed to continue developing like this, even if he advanced to 20 transformation and cultivated magic power, it would still be a huge threat to the demon clan. Thinking about it, at 19 transformation, he could fight evenly with the ape clan leader, Ape Desolation. If he advanced, how powerful would he be? All the demons present were experts, and they knew the difference between 19 transformation and 20 transformation. Die Kid. All of a sudden, the ape clan leader, Ape Desolation, let out a fierce howl. After all, his cultivation level was high, and he had control of the situation. He already knew that Gu Qinsha's core chi could not do much harm to him. Immediately, he channeled his magic power and hugged his hands. As he rubbed them, a ball of demonic chi burst out. The demonic chi was dark gold in color, and as it circulated, it turned into thousands of colors. It was bizarre and dazzling, and it immediately wrapped around Gu Qinsha. This is the ape clan's natural mystique, world of lust art of parting hatred. Legend has it that it is a supreme spell that the four divine apes have comprehended for thousands of years. It uses the 5 skandhas of the world of lust as the foundation, the 6 desires of the world of lust as the support, and the heaven of parting hatred as the true essence. This is unimaginable. Kei Inger said, "Once this spell is unleashed, I'm afraid this kid will not be able to withstand it, because this spell is not an attack of magic power, but an illusion that reverses the realms. It contains the supreme sky demon technique, the true essence of Taoism, the universe of immortals, and the transformations of demonic Tao. Legend has it that once you are enveloped by this spell, you will develop an illusion that overturns the world you know in the past, and you will die from chi deviation. This world of lust art of parting hatred was a special kind of divine art. It was not an attack, but one that overturned the world you knew. For example, if you thought that the ground beneath your feet was square, this spell would tell you that the ground beneath your feet was actually round, and there would be all sorts of information to prove that all your previous thoughts were wrong. This was a type of divine art that could destroy one's worldview, one's understanding, and one's Taoist heart. It was extremely powerful and almost unstoppable. No matter how strong one's physical body was, or how high one's cultivation base was, one would not be able to withstand this divine art. Indeed, the moment Gu Qinsha was enveloped by it, he immediately felt a huge amount of information surging towards him. This information carried with it an irrefutable logic, which overturned everything he knew. His cultivation philosophy, his understanding of the vicissitudes of the human world, and even his various ways of doing things in the past, he felt that they were all extremely wrong. It was as if there was a supreme wisdom that was enlightening him, causing him to lay down the butcher's knife and become a new man. Everything in the past was just an illusion. What a powerful divine art! Gu Qinsha was almost lost. Luckily, he was a strong cultivator who had created his own Tao and was constantly comprehending the mysteries of it, which strengthened his own philosophy. Therefore, all his ideals were not overturned in an instant. However, under this level of attack, he started to doubt his own Tao. At that moment, his Taoist heart became unstable, and the energy in his body started to go berserk, as if it was about to explode. This kid's heart is indeed a little lacking. The yin-yang ghost ape could sense everything. If he can withstand the lust world separation hatred art that we created, then I'll really have to kill him. This art was obtained by us 4 brothers after searching for the ruins of the ancient Buddha. After a narrow escape, we obtained the cultivation method from the ruins. After comprehending it, we fused it with our own demon Tao to create this art. From the perspective of truth and Taoist heart, this art can definitely allow the weak to defeat the strong. The 1,000 Transformations Stone Ape said, but this kid's body contains a lot of power. If he goes berserk, he won't be able to control it. If he explodes, the power will not be small. Don't worry. Even if he explodes, we can still collect all his memories. This minor Sumeru Peak is originally a place that we control. Nothing can leak out. Everything is in the paradise, the Diamond War Ape said. What a powerful divine art. It's definitely not something that the 4 great apes can create. Instead, it's similar to the divine arts of the Buddha that disappeared. Legend has it that there was a Buddha in the ancient times, and it's definitely different from the immortal Tao. This Buddha came from nowhere, and no one knows where he went. It's just a flash in the pan, and the Brahmin family left behind in the human world has some connection to the Buddha. Guchen Sha still had some wisdom in his heart, but according to the ancient secret records, the Buddha was born from the Hongmeng tree. The Hongmeng tree could give birth to anything, including living beings. Everything is a mistake. You are covered in sin. Let go of the past. At this moment, the ape clan leader, Ape Desolation, emitted golden light from his body. It was extremely holy, and it was the light of liberation. Chapter 427. In the depths of Guchensh's sea of consciousness, he realized that he had given up on the principles he had always believed in. The moment he gave up, the ape tribe leader's lust for world desire, heaven-parting hatred art entered his sea of consciousness to take control of his desires. If nothing unexpected happened, Guchensha would be completely brainwashed by the ape tribe. He would become their slave, and he would live and he would die. He would be worse than a dog. This was the power of the lust for world desire, heaven-parting hatred art. What is the kid doing? Is he trying to throw himself into a hopeless situation? The yin-yang ghost ape said, glaring at Guchensha. Does this kid really think he can get rid of the lust for world desire, heaven-parting hatred art this way? Isn't that just wishful thinking? He was ready to attack at any moment, regardless of his status. Ha ha! Struggling is futile, kid. I'm going to turn you into a walking corpse. You're going to become a slave to the ape tribe. Ape Huang knew that he was in control of the situation, so he let out a hearty laugh. He channeled all of his magic power into a powerful attack that entered Gu Chencha's body. He wanted to turn Gu Chansha into a puppet. At this point, Gu Chansha was completely motionless, as if he had lost all of his will. He had truly become a puppet. Man is the controller of the Tao, not the slave of the Tao. The Tao is just a boat crossing the river, and one has to abandon it when they reach the shore. The Tao is just a tool in one's hand, and even if one abandons it, it will not harm one's self. When a saint reaches the end of his cultivation and becomes one with the Tao, he has turned himself into a slave of the Tao. The only exception is to jump out of the heavens, and although it is not tolerated by the great Tao, he has obtained his true self. Gu Chansha wasn't injured, nor was he being controlled by the lust for world desire, heaven-parting hatred art. He was trying to gain enlightenment of something he hadn't been able to for a long time. Indeed, the lust for world desire, heaven-parting hatred art posed a great threat to him. However, to him, this was a great way to temper himself. The reason he had come here was because he wanted to gain enlightenment of new things and then break through to the 20th transformation of the Tao-breaking realm, the level of convergence and dispersion impermanence, and the quality of his heaven-Tao magic. Sure enough, under the pressure of the ape desolation, he once again gained a deeper understanding of the outliers, and his grasp of his own Tao became even more exquisite. At the same time, he once again sensed the supreme bloodline power of the heavenly talisman Emperor's son. He inhaled and exhaled. Crackle. He entered a strange realm. No matter how much the desolate ape's power rushed into his body, he remained motionless, completely unaware of it. Just as his body was about to be controlled and refined into a puppet by the desolate ape, he was on the brink of death. It was the supreme bloodline of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. Buzz from the depths of an unknown dimensional node in his body, a power that could overturn the universe, tear apart worlds, suppress chaos, and distort the great Tao gathered and suddenly erupted. This was the bloodline of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. Back then, this bloodline had suddenly erupted and directly crushed the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Gauchian bloodlines, and even the sun-moon dragon bloodline. These powerful bloodlines were not even worth mentioning before the bloodline of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. The bloodline of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor was finally summoned by Gu Qinsha again. As soon as it appeared, it directly crushed the lust for world desire, heaven-parting hatred art, and turned it into pure mental energy and resources, allowing Gu Qinsha to completely obtain the experience of the four great apes and some of the mysteries of the Buddha. With this knowledge, Gu Qinsha took a step further away from the path of outliers. At the same time, when the bloodline appeared, all the magic power of the desolate ape that had surged into his body was crushed and dispersed, becoming nourishment for him, raising his strength to a whole new level. At the same time, the common people's god generals in his body were also tainted with the bloodline of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. These common people's god generals were refined from the jade that sealed the Xingqiang family. There were a total of 3,600 of them, and they had huge strength. When they were released, the strength of each one would definitely exceed that of a size manipulation expert. The key was that their bodies were pretty much impossible to shatter. However, these 3,600 common people's god generals were just refined and lacked experience. This was why Gu Qinsha absorbed them into his body and used his bloodline to nourish them. After a long time, they would definitely be able to transform once more. Now, the moment the bloodline of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor appeared, it touched the 3,600 common people's god generals. Instantly, the 3,600 common people's god generals started to transform, like they were advancing. The meridians in their bodies were being reforged, and then the jade spread out, actually turning into spiritual power. Common people's true technique. Gu Qinsha hadn't cultivated spiritual power and hadn't reached the 20th transformation of the Tao realm. However, the 3,600 common people's god generals in his body had actually been refined into spiritual power. This was an unbelievable phenomenon. Logically speaking, it was tough for the puppets to exceed the master's body. Even if Gu Qinsha's materials weren't simple, and it was the jade that sealed the Xingqiang family, he still relied on his own pill energy. If he didn't cultivate spiritual power, then these puppets wouldn't be able to either. It is actually so magical. Father's bloodline is really amazing. Gu Qinsha realized that these mortal life god generals had actually cultivated dharmic powers, and the quality of their dharmic powers was the Vajra Dharma. He was instantly shocked. However, the dharmic powers of each mortal life god general are too weak. There are about 360 of them, which is equivalent to an ordinary cultivator who has cultivated the Vajra Dharma. Luckily, these common people's god generals can return to the Jade Mountain that sealed the Xingqiang family and swallow the jade to strengthen their own spiritual power. Each 360 common people's god generals was equivalent to a 20th transformation cultivator who cultivated the diamond technique. Right now, Guchansha was equivalent to 10 cultivators with the 20th transformation of the Vajra Dharma. Minute Dust Technique, Boulder Technique, Diamond Technique, True Dragon Technique, Heaven Path Technique. Out of these 5 qualities, the Diamond Technique was actually really hard to cultivate. As for the True Dragon Technique, it was even more difficult. Only saints and sons of heaven could cultivate it. Moreover, the reason why the spiritual power of these 3,600 common people's god generals was so weak was because when they were refining, they used less materials. It was just a piece of jade the size of a human head. If they used more jade, then the spiritual power would increase. Luckily, when these common people's god generals swallowed the jade, their spiritual power would increase and it would be much faster than cultivators. This was the benefit of the Heaven Talisman Emperor bloodline and the jade used to seal the Xingqiang family. The key was that if Gu Chunsha cultivated the Heaven Path technique and cultivated spiritual power, the spiritual power of these common people's god generals would reach the True Dragon technique grade. At that time, their strength wouldn't be something that could be compared to now. This series of changes happened in an instant. The world desire heaven separating hatred technique was shattered, and a third of desolate ape spiritual power was also shattered. It was all absorbed into Gu Chincha's body and nourished the 3,600 common people's god generals. Gu Chincha's sea of consciousness, ocean of energy and acupoints expanded once more. His mental energy was originally able to do 1,000,000 things at a time. Now it doubled and became 2,000,000 things at a time. Even some of the acupoints that the universe lightning pool didn't open up are all opened up. His aptitude had been raised to the level of a natural-born sage in an instant. He was no longer a top genius. A long time ago, he was already a peerless genius. Later on, when he battled Fa Wuxian, he also activated the bloodline of the Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor, raising his talent to a new level. He could break through to the innate saint realm at any time. Now that he activated the Heaven Talisman Emperor bloodline once more, his talent really broke through this critical point, and he became a natural saint. The Heaven Talisman Emperor bloodline seemed to be able to break through some restraints and didn't even care about the rules of the heavenly Tao. His talent rose to the natural saint realm. His physical body expanded, and the 3,600 common people's god generals in his body cultivated the spiritual power of the Vajra technique. He even obtained the essence of the 3 great ape gods research. This series of gains was huge. However, Gu Chunsha still wasn't able to transform himself and cultivate the heavenly Tao technique. This showed how difficult it was to cultivate the heavenly Tao technique that no one had been able to cultivate since the beginning of time. Even the Dharma Saint back then wasn't able to cultivate it. Rumor had it that it only touched it. However, Gu Chunsha felt that he was like a layer of paper in front of him. With a gentle blow, it would be torn apart. His strength was far inferior to the warlock saint of the past, but in terms of understanding the heavenly path, he seemed to be slightly better. As long as I understand just a little bit more, just a little bit, I will be able to cultivate the heavenly Tao technique quality. Even the 3 great heavenly venerables can't cultivate spiritual power, but I can. Gu Chunsha breathed to his heart's content. This time, coming to Minor Meru Mountain and facing the pressure of the ape race, he had gained a lot. Not good. A natural saint has spiritual power on his body. Desolate ape is in danger. The Yin-Yang ghost ape was the first to notice that something was wrong. He waved his hand. A huge force pressed down on Gu Chunsha. This force reached the top of Gu Chunsha's head in an instant and pressed down fiercely. Gu Chunsha originally wanted to kill Desolate Ape directly, but the force was so strong that it almost froze him. At this moment, Gu Chunsha, who had advanced to the natural saint level, had an attack power that was beyond imagination and could already cause damage to Desolate Ape. Moreover, just now, Desolate Ape's strength was reduced by 30%, and its spiritual power was devoured by Gu Chunsha. He was scared out of his wits, because he was shocked by the aura of the Heaven Talisman Emperor's bloodline. Kacha, the Yin-Yang ghost ape's strength wasn't something that Gu Chunsha could handle. This was a God realm expert. Even if Gu Chansha cultivated the heavenly Dao technique and reached Dao Realm Transformation 20, fighting a God Realm expert was like hitting a rock with an egg. He was overestimating himself. The gap in realms was too huge. The power of space wasn't something that he could deal with at all. Gu Chansha felt like the yin-yang ghost ape's normal palm caused the surrounding space to squeeze over. No matter what he did, it was useless. Of course, he knew his place. He could fight with Desolate Ape because he had many fortuitous encounters. But compared to the yin-yang ghost ape, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. He was prepared and didn't test his strength. He immediately released Chong Wei-Yang's talisman from Tai Xian Du. Chapter 428. A beam of light shot out. It came from ancient times and contained ancient mysteries. This was Tian Xian Du's talisman. This talisman wasn't made by Tai Xian Du himself, but an ancient treasure that he had obtained. No one had used it until now, and the Celestial Dao sect didn't know that he had such a treasure. This was his cleverness. If he used a talisman that he made himself, people would find out that he was the one who attacked, and that would be disadvantageous to him. Tai Xian Du was a wily old fox, and he wouldn't allow anyone to use him against him. Luckily, he didn't know which ancient saint had made this talisman, and it was even more powerful than the one he made himself. Tai Xian Du had invested so much in the Celestial Peace Department, so he naturally wouldn't let Gu Chansha fall into a desperate situation. And Gu Chansha understood this, so he boldly asked Tai Xian Du for benefits. Once Tai Xian Du's talisman appeared, a beam of light blocked all the attacks of the yin-yang ghost apes, and then absorbed them all into the talisman. The talisman absorbed this power, and the light became more and more resplendent. Ripples appeared in the grotto heaven, and these ripples contained great destructive power. Just by spreading a bit, ape desolation was about to be melted within. What talisman is this? Even though the three divine apes were shocked, they had long anticipated this situation. They joined hands and released endless golden radiance that pressed towards the center. They immediately blocked the ripples and rescued ape desolation. But then Chong Wei-Yang's talisman exploded again. Her talisman was even more ferocious than Tai Xian Du's. The moment it appeared, lightning exploded, and the aura of destruction spread everywhere. At this moment, Ke-Ying-Er and Ke-Huang are also attacked. They also threw out a talisman, and immediately, countless dragon shadows appeared in the depths of the lair. These dragon shadows entangled with each other, and each of them had their own form. They suddenly opened their mouths, and actually sucked in the lightning and ripples. Good, Demon Saintly Wanlong's talisman. The three apes nodded. This lightning is the lightning of the universe. Kid, you are amazing. You actually colluded with the sect leader of the Celestial Dao sect, Outlier Chong Wei-Yang. This talisman was made by her, right? Unfortunately, Chong Wei-Yang is afraid of the three great Empyreans and doesn't dare to come out. Ke-Ying-Er and Ke-Huang said, the Demon Sage talisman can withstand the attack of this talisman. Now, you should only have one talisman left from Grand Preceptor Wenhong. It's time to use the power of the main body of Mount Meru. At that moment, the three ape gods suddenly waved their hands. All the apes in the cave started chanting incantations. Immediately, the cave seemed to solidify. The power of Mount Sumeru was completely unleashed. Mount Sumeru was an ancient heavenly pillar. Not only did it contain countless profound mysteries, but it had also been refined by the four great apes for many years. It contained many magical treasures, and when combined together, it was a supreme immortal's cave that could suppress the destiny of an entire clan. Now, the three godly apes were activating the power of the cave abode, activating Qian Kun and Qian Xiu. They wanted to destroy all of Gu Chencha's talismans. Do you think we don't have the ability to scheme against you? The three ape gods let out a loud voice. This time, your Celestial Tranquility Division will not be able to escape. Once we capture you, we naturally have a way to seize control of the Heavenly Demon Book from you. Guchensha was shocked to discover that he actually couldn't activate Grand Preceptor Wen Hong's teleportation talisman. However, he didn't panic deep down. The three ape gods, Li Wanlong's talismans, and the power of the Mount Sumeru cave abode couldn't break Chong Weiyang's and Tai Xuandu's talismans for the time being. Kid, it's useless for you to struggle. I want to see how long you can last. The three ape gods said fiercely. Entering Mount Sumeru is equivalent to stepping into the gates of hell. There's no turning back. Very good, very good. Gu Chensha was under the protection of the two great talismans. Do you think you can do anything to me like this? However, your schemes are quite profound. For a junior like me, you actually created such a huge commotion. Blood. As he spoke, he sprayed his mortal people true blood on a Tai Xuandu and Chong Weiyang's talismans. His blood was incomparably mysterious. As he sprayed it, the two great talismans suddenly expanded, bringing with them an endless storm. Suppress. The three ape gods also knew that it would be somewhat troublesome to break the two great talismans, but things were still within their control. They increased their strength again. In an instant, the cave abode was filled with clashing powers. It was a chaotic mess, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The three ape gods also gathered their cultivation. Zhuvi should have a plan, right? Gu Qinsha thought to himself. If this continued, he indeed wouldn't be able to last much longer. His original intention had been to rope in Xing Qiongshi to have absolute confidence in killing the three ape gods. But Xing Qiongshi's sudden disappearance had disrupted his plan. Fortunately, he knew that Zhuge Ye definitely had a plan. Suddenly, in the midst of the chaos, 7 stars seemed to twinkle faintly in the depths of Ape Desolation's brow. In the blink of an eye, Ape Desolation's behavior became strange. He had been chanting an incantation to activate the power of the Lesser Sumer Mountain, but now he was stealthily moving towards the remains of the heavenly demon tree in the middle of the giant pool of earth milk at the center of the cave. The entire cave was currently filled with the storm caused by the collision of the talismans, so no one noticed his actions. As he approached the remains of the heavenly demon tree, a wave of power emanated from his body and entered the remains. For some reason, the remains of the heavenly demon tree that were several meters tall seemed to be sucked away by something. In a breath's time, it had shrunk significantly. As a result, the amount of Mother Earth milk in the pool decreased. Ape Desolation, what are you doing? At that moment, the Yin-Yang ghost ape suddenly felt that something was wrong. He swept his Yin-Yang ghost eyes around and discovered something strange about Ape Desolation. Ah! At that moment, Zhuviya's voice came from Ape Desolation's body. Yin-Yang ghost ape, did you really think that you broke my 10,000 witchcraft killing curse that day? This is the ultimate skill of the Xing Qiong clan that curses and kills heavenly god saints. What you broke was only the outer layer, but not the foundation. I can use it again at any time. Now, Ape Desolation is under my control. Thank you for allowing me to absorb the remains of the heavenly demon tree, allowing our heavenly demon tree to increase its cultivation base by 1,000 years. Rumble. Ape Desolation's body turned into countless rays of starlight that fused with the remains of the heavenly demon tree and the earth milk. Then it flew around the cave, exploding with a powerful killing power. Suddenly, the 10 battle kings, Blood Ape King, Golden Ape King, Wise Ape King, Empty Ape King, Light Ape King, Wise Ape King, Violent Ape King, Martial Ape King, Star Ape King, and Great Ape King were all killed by Ape Desolation in an instant. Ape Desolation's strength was already very strong. Now, it had suddenly exploded with its life force. In the blink of an eye, it had killed the 10 battle kings and absorbed all the magic power of the apes. Ape Desolation had actually sacrificed itself to open a passage and disappeared. At that moment, in the Life's Wish sphere, the heavenly demon tree had obtained a huge amount of energy that was similar to itself. It immediately expanded like a balloon. No amount of vitality could nourish the heavenly demon tree as well or as quickly as the remains of the heavenly demon tree from ancient times. The remains of the heavenly demon tree that the apes had obtained were as tall as a few people. Moreover, it was a mature heavenly demon tree from ancient times. It contained great power, but unfortunately, it had encountered a calamity and could not be activated. Even if the three divine apes used the earth milk to cultivate it and painstakingly refined it, it was still of no use. However, the heavenly demon tree also contained the accumulated power of the three divine apes. Combined with this power, the heavenly demon tree's seedling in the life's wish sphere was extremely nourishing. Rumble. Zhuge directly injected Ape Desolation's sacrifice, the 10 battle kings of the ape race, the remains of the heavenly demon tree, and the earth milk into the heavenly demon tree seedling. As the seedling grew rapidly, the shadows of countless ancient sages of the demon race appeared in the heavenly demon tree. A huge number of memory fragments rolled in once again. In just a few breaths, the heavenly demon tree seedling had also grown to the height of 4 or 5 people. It had completely become a large tree. Of course, a truly mature heavenly demon tree could cover countless spaces. It could even cover a continent if it spread out casually. This heavenly demon tree was still in its infancy. However, the current heavenly demon tree was more than 10 times stronger than the previous sapling. The heavenly demon tree suppressed the vitality inside the life's wish sphere. As long as the tree grew stronger, the power inside the sphere would also be stronger. This was because the main structure of the sphere itself was a manifestation of the heavenly demon book. Zhuge's meticulous plan had finally tricked the 3 divine apes. The intelligence of the yin-yang ghost apes was not as good as his. This time, not only did the power inside the life's wish sphere increase significantly, but also activated the ability of the Tai Pearl. Countless strands of fusion elemental energy descended and were disintegrated. Much of the lifeless yellow sand turned into purple immortal mud. As the power of the heavenly demon tree increased, the speed at which it absorbed the fusion elemental energy also increased. As the power of the life's wish sphere increased and the heavenly demon tree grew, Gu Chansha, who was in Lesser Meru Mountain, also received many more memories left behind by the ancient sages of the demon race. In addition, he felt that he could communicate with the life's wish sphere at any time. From the sphere, an extremely tyrannical power would be transmitted, allowing him to contend against a god. The power of the sphere itself was not inferior to the cornerstone treasures of the 72 mystical gates of immortal Tao. Among them, the heavenly demon tree was a great counter to the demon race. Your Highness, when you explode Tai Xian Du's and Chong Weiyang's talismans, make the final blow and cause chaos in this cave abode. Take advantage of the chaos to grab a picture deep inside the cave abode. It is the cornerstone treasure of the ape race, the myriad demon human diagram. Use the heavenly demon secret technique to capture it, and you'll be able to control it. Zhuge's voice was transmitted once again. Without thinking, Gu Chunsha suddenly detonated Tai Xian Du's and Chong Weiyang's talismans. The explosive power of these 2 talismans instantly caused the yin-yang ghost ape to scream. Even Li Wanlong's talismans could not suppress it. Instantly, the entire cave abode was in chaos. Chapter 429. The painting was extremely ancient and emanated a pre-celestial aura. It was as if primordial chaos energy flowed through it, manifesting countless species, animals, and plants. In the center of the painting was a human figure. It was perfect with its meridians, acupoints, sea of consciousness, sea of energy, and other secrets. All of them were on display and were very beneficial to demon transformation. Even for Gu Chansha, this painting revealed the highest secrets of the human body. It was a pre-celestial treasure. What a treasure! Without even thinking about it, Gu Chunsha made his move, using the power of the globe of life's will. As soon as he grabbed hold of the diagram, it unleashed a powerful attack that swept him up. However, in the blink of an eye, he used the power of the heavenly demon tree and the secret magic of the heavenly demon to enter the diagram. Then, he used the power of the common life's wish sphere to absorb the diagram and rip apart Wenhong's talisman. Rumble. Wenhong's talisman finally exploded. Boundless starlight spread out, as if an ancient star painting had descended upon the cave on Mount Meru. Overwhelming power swept out, and even suppressed the power of the 3 ape god kings. Then the star painting expanded without limit. The power of the star painting swept into many of the secret chambers in the cave, sweeping up all of the treasures, medicinal pills, armor, materials, and precious stones that the ape clan had stored up. Then, countless planets appeared and exploded. The space in the area was instantly torn apart. The star painting wrapped around Gu Qinsha, and he flew out. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Although he had not killed the 3 ape god kings as planned, he had killed Ape Desolation, the chief of the ape clan and the 10 war monarchs. He had acquired the remains of the heavenly demon tree, as well as the myriad demon-human transformation painting. In addition to that, he had swept up most of the treasures in the cave. Gu Qinsha had not counted on any of them, but he had seen large quantities of 7 sages' heart refinement pills, as well as all sorts of strange ancient medicinal pills. There were also precious materials and the remains of magical treasures from the primeval age, as well as magical treasures that the ape clan had long since refined. There were many experts in the ape race, and they had forged many magical treasures. Wenhong's talismans should have been the weakest, but in this moment, they were actually the strongest. Seizing the opportunity, he swept up all of the treasures in the cave of the ape tribe. This time, the ape race had paid hundreds of years of taxes. If the remains of the heavenly demon tree and the 10,000 demon-human painting were counted, they had paid thousands of years of taxes. It could be said that the apes had suffered heavy losses this time. The most crucial point was that Zhugeya's trump card had been to control the ape race's leader, Ape Desolation, and seize the remains of the heavenly demon tree. Then, he had directly strengthened the heavenly demon tree's power, which in turn increased the power of the common people's wish sphere, helping Gu Qinsha prepare to seize the human transformation diagram. It was this sudden change that allowed the Tranquil Fairy Department to gain the upper hand and caused the great ape tribe to suffer. Gu Qinsha was swept out of the Star Atlas. In the next moment, he arrived at his own fief and entered the Life's Wish sphere. Everything was settled. As long as he entered the Life's Wish sphere, no matter how angry the 3 apes were, it would be useless. In the past, the 3 apes couldn't do anything to it, let alone now. The heavenly demon tree had absorbed the remains, the undying ape desolation, and the 10 battle kings of the great ape tribe. This powerful energy gathered together to strengthen the sphere, and at the same time, it had great offensive power. Rumble. As soon as Gu Qinsha entered the sphere, the Star Atlas dissipated, turning into energy that was absorbed by the heavenly demon tree. Then, the Star Atlas unfurled, as if it wanted to break free. This was the 10,000 demon-human transformation diagram. Rumble. Zhugeya stood up and used all sorts of secret techniques. Endless amounts of demonic energy appeared, suppressing the 10,000 demon-human transformation diagram. This diagram is a connate manifestation of a connate spirit medicine. It contains the secrets between humans and demons. It's a supreme treasure. Zhugeya activated the heavenly demon tree, pouring it into it. Suddenly, many branches flew out, locking the 10,000 demon-human transformation diagram in place. Then, a large amount of demonic energy entered and began to condense. The heavenly demon tree wanted to absorb this diagram. Chong Weiyang and I agreed that this diagram will belong to the mysterious Cosmos Gate. Gu Qinsha frowned. It's okay. Let the heavenly demon tree absorb the mysteries of the diagram first. Zhugeya said, let the heavenly demon tree reach a certain level, kill the 3 apes, and destroy the ape race. Only then can this promise be fulfilled. The agreement we made with the mysterious Cosmos Gate was to kill the 3 apes, absorb them into the heavenly demon tree, and give this diagram to Chong Wei-yong. Chong Wei-yong hasn't killed the 3 apes yet, which means the deal isn't complete. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will have a good talk with Chong Wei-yong. Then I'll leave everything to you, Mr. Zhuge. Gu Qinsha laughed and said, the 3 great apes have gone too far. This time, we can say that we have dealt them a heavy blow. After the star atlas dispersed, countless treasures were scattered on the ground. Zhuge, you didn't clean up the treasures. Instead, he let the heavenly demon tree absorb them all, including the 7 sacred heart refining pill. Once the heavenly demon tree is cultivated, it can swallow everything. However, after swallowing, it can decompose and wriggle, giving birth to something better with a more perfect structure. The treasures of the ape race are all good stuff. After being fed to the heavenly demon tree, the things it condenses will become even stronger. Zhuge, you said, wait until I refine this heavenly demon human transformation diagram. With the strength of the tranquil fairy department, killing one of the 3 apes won't be a problem. Of course, Gu Qinsha knew that now that the common people's wish sphere and the heavenly demon tree had merged into one, the heavenly demon tree would grow stronger. Its power couldn't be underestimated. In the past, the heavenly demon tree had merged with the Khanate spiritual treasure, Central Earth Great Virtue Flag. Now that it had merged with the heavenly demon human transformation diagram, it would truly reach a new realm. Your Highness, your cultivation has improved greatly. Your aptitude has improved, and you've become a natural-born sage. You're just one step away from cultivating the heavenly path technique. Zhuge, you said, come with me and merge the heavenly demon human transformation diagram with the heavenly demon tree. Gu Qinsha sat down cross-legged and activated his core chi and bloodline to begin the smelting process. I didn't expect this kid to succeed. Meanwhile, Tai Xian and Chong Wei-yong were still observing the situation from within the mystic gates of the universe. Zhuge's schemes are truly unfathomable. Even we didn't expect him to hide inside desolate ape's body. At the most critical moment, he seized the remains of the heavenly demon tree and strengthened the heavenly demon tree sapling. That's right. Zhuge, you really is the Lord of 7 stars. If he grows up, he'll have a chance to deal with the 3 celestials. Chong Wei-yong seemed to be seeing an opportunity. At that moment, the mystic gates of the universe rippled, and a projection appeared. Chong Wei-yong frowned slightly, then waved her hand, causing a coffin to appear in the ancient space-time. Zhuge appeared on the coffin. Sect Leader Wei-yong, I am Zhuge. Greetings. You're borrowing the power of the world burial coffin? You're projecting it here? Chong Wei-yong was a bit surprised. The myriad demon human transformation painting is perfect for the heavenly demon tree. It can also increase the power of the common life's wish sphere. It's not very useful to you, Sect Leader Chong Wei-yong, but you helped us deal with the apes. There's a treasure inside the world burial coffin called the Immortal Fountain. If you open it up, I'll give it to you. What do you think? Zhuge clasped his hands, not bothering to waste words. The Immortal Fountain really exists? Tai Xian was a bit surprised. Of course. The previous Lord of 7 Stars, Jiang Gongwang, spent a great deal of effort to acquire it. Zhuge nodded. Good. Straightforward. Chong Wei-yong laughed. Talking to the Lord of 7 Stars really is straightforward. You don't beat around the bush. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Lord of 7 Stars to open the world burial coffin. After all, Jiang Gongwang has descendants. It's not like he didn't leave it behind for his descendants, the Jiang family. Things that belong to the Lord of 7 Stars can only be left to the Lord of 7 Stars. Zhuge, you shook his head. You don't understand the connection between us. You could say that I'm Jiang Gongwang's reincarnation. However, the Jiang family's descendants are scattered like the wind and scattered among the common people. It's hard to find them, but they'll definitely appear. They have some connection to the world burial coffin. It seems your calculations are quite accurate. It seems Zhuge wants me to lend you a hand? Asked Chong Wei-yong. Within a year, The calming immortal agency will kill Do 19. Zhuge extended a finger. That's great. Zhuge said everything Chang Wei-yong wanted to say. Then it settled. With that, Zhuge vanished. Incredible. This kid is incredible. Tai Xian shook his head. The Lord of Seven Stars really is the Lord of Seven Stars. In the future, he'll surpass me. I'm already a divergent. Logically speaking, I should surpass him. However, before I break through the final barrier, I'll encounter a great tribulation. It'll be hard to avoid death. Back in the day, the Lord of Seven Stars reached my level, and even went one step further, reaching the highest level possible. However, in the end, he encountered a great tribulation and perished. Chang Wei-yong continued, My tribulation isn't any less than the Lord of Seven Stars. It's inevitable. However, in the future, the Lord of Seven Stars, Zhuge, will be able to help. The three ape god kings are fools, said Tai Xian. They actually humiliated the calming immortal agency. They didn't know their potential. If they just obediently cooperated with the agency, they might have been able to live a bit longer. The ape race's vitality has been severely damaged. They've even lost their cornerstone treasure. I bet the ape god kings won't be able to cry even if they wanted to. The three old monkeys are senile. Plus, they've been bewitched by the nest of 10,000 dragons. Besides, they were once god-level experts in ancient times. Why would they submit to a bunch of juniors? If that happens, they'll lose all face. Chang Wei-yong could sympathize with the ape god kings. Meanwhile, in the ape race's cave on Mount Sumeru. Damn it! Damn it! The King Kong fighting ape let out a hysterical roar. Even the two sisters, Kei Huang-er and Kei Ing-er, had turned pale. They could tell that the three great ape gods were currently at a stage where they had lost their rationality and would go crazy at any moment. Chapter 430. The chief of the great apes, Baron Ape, was dead. The treasure of the mountain, the myriad demon-human painting, had been swept away, along with the remains of the heavenly demon tree and the Mother Earth milk that had been accumulated for many years. Half of the spirit medicines, treasures, and materials had been swept away as well. The 10 battle monarchs were dead as well. These were all things that the great apes could not afford to lose, especially the myriad demon-human painting. It was a treasure that had stabilized the fortunes of the great apes, and yet it had been swept away just like that, with no way to retrieve it afterward. This was a great loss. Normally, such a treasure could not be swept away, because it had long since been refined by the three godly apes to the point where it could move at will and transform at will. Today, however, was an exception. In order to deal with Chang Wei-yong, the three godly apes had used all of Tai Xuandu's talismans, and thus were unable to control the myriad demon-human painting. In addition, when the painting had been swept away, Gu Chansha had activated Grand Preceptor Wenhong's talisman to suppress it, and then brought it into the depths of the Life's Wish sphere to be controlled by the heavenly demon tree. This way, the three godly apes could do nothing about it. He knew very well how much the heavenly demon tree sapling had improved after obtaining the remains of the heavenly demon tree, and how much power it could wield. Actually, ever since the Celestial Pacification Department had refined the heavenly demon tree, the three godly apes had been scheming to obtain the sapling and use its remains to strengthen it. This way, the overall power of the great apes would increase by 100-fold. Not to mention anything else, the heavenly demon tree's current growth had greatly increased the speed at which it absorbed and disintegrated chaotic energy. It could produce many elixirs every day. For example, the heavenly demon transformation elixir was extremely beneficial to the great demons. After eating it, one could gradually transform into a human form. But now, none of this had anything to do with the great apes. Kill, kill, kill. We will attack the Celestial Pacification Department right now, destroy the court, and kill those humans from the Great Yonko Court. The diamond-fighting ape's body exploded with a destructive storm. The great apes cannot take this lying down. Although the 1,000 changes stone ape looked calm on the surface, it was inwardly furious. If we don't take revenge on those foolish humans, we will become the laughingstock of all demons. The yin-yang ghost ape's eyes darted back and forth. This is no small matter. We simians suffered heavy losses. That celestial calmness department acquired the remains of the heavenly demon tree, as well as the myriad demonized human painting. If they fuse with them, they'll be dozens of times stronger than before. That's especially true of that Juvia. His cultivation base is rising every day, and he'll eventually surpass us. If we want to take revenge, we have to think about it carefully. The yin-yang ghost ape knew very well that the tranquil immortal department had obtained such a large amount of wealth. If it was digested, the ape race wouldn't be able to shake it. Additionally, tranquil immortal department had reached an agreement with the universe mysterious sect and had a close relationship with Tai fantasy sect. Additionally, it had the support of Wenhong. Including all these, the ape race was no match for them at all. We have to report what happened today to Lord Demon Saint. Kaying, and Kei Huang said. As they spoke, the two sisters activated the Demon Saint talisman again and disappeared. Even the three great apes couldn't stop them. When they reached the outside, Kei flew swiftly and a cold smile appeared on her face. The ape race has declined. There is basically no hope. The three great apes are seeking their own deaths. They are completely at a disadvantage in the battle with the tranquil immortal department. That bunch of fools deserved it. However, it is really a pity that the 10,000 demon human transformation diagram and the remains of the heavenly demon tree have fallen into the hands of the tranquil immortal department. In a short period of time, the tranquil immortal department's strength will increase by a lot. If a god realm expert appears in the future, it will be really difficult to suppress them. Kei Huang was very worried. That's right. Their treasure, the heavenly demon tree, and the ball that they refined, with their current strength, they won't be able to use it at all. However, if a god realm expert appears, it will be completely different. A god realm expert will be able to perfectly use the power of the treasure. Kei frowned. If a god realm expert appears in the tranquil immortal department, it will be comparable to the 72 mysterious sects of the immortal Tao. God realm experts were people who had opened up their grotto heavens at the 30 transformations of the Tao realm. They were able to perfectly use the power of space to stabilize and create grotto heavens. One had to know that any high-grade treasure contained the changes of the grotto heavens and had to use the power of space to activate it. I wonder how the ape race will take revenge on the tranquil immortal department. Kei guessed. They won't be able to take revenge. Kei Huang thought about it. The ape race has decided to let the tranquil immortal department suffer a huge loss. I didn't expect that the tranquil immortal department would actually contact so many strong existences and even schemed against Ape Huang, causing the ape race's efforts to fail. If the ape race wants to take revenge, they will probably fall into another trap. I think those three old monkeys won't even be able to keep their lives. That is very possible. Kei said, since that is the case, let's find a chance to capture those three old monkeys and refine them into treasures to prevent the tranquil immortal department from benefiting. That is my idea too. A cold smile appeared on Kei Huang's face. However, even if the ape race doesn't take revenge, the tranquil immortal department won't be at ease. They might want to capture the three divine apes and refine them into slaves so that they can activate the common people's wish ball. What great ambition. They can even do that? Refine the three deity-level experts into slaves and spiritual bodies? Kei was secretly shocked. Maybe we could be the fishermen that reap the benefits. That is natural. We still have to go back and discuss this with the elders in the race. Taking back the vermilion bird from the tranquil immortal department is the right path. The two demonesses gradually went far away. Inside the common people's wish ball, Gu Chansha and Zhuge, you were refining the 10,000 demon human transformation painting. This painting was hidden with profound mysteries. It was hard to refine it in a hurry. At this time, Liu Baiwei had also rushed back from the Devil Domain to help with the refining. 10,000 demons transform into humans. The growth and decline of all living things, life and death, all spirits return to one. Gu Chansha struck out layers of talismans and injected them into the heavenly demon tree, absorbing the 10,000 demon human transformation painting. Rumble. The treasure trembled incessantly. There was an unyielding will within it. It was the mark left behind by the 4 great apes. However, Zhuge struck out with a supreme technique. Instantly, the figures of the 4 great apes appeared on the heavenly demon tree. It was as if he had used the heavenly demon tree to duplicate the 4 great apes. The auras of the chaotic demonic ape, the 1,000 transformation stone ape, the yin-yang ghost ape, and the diamond fighting ape were actually duplicated by Zhuge using the heavenly demon tree. The moment the auras of the 4 great apes appeared, the 10,000 demon human transformation painting stopped struggling and obediently merged into the heavenly demon tree. Zhuge blew out a breath again. The heavenly demon tree actually burned with raging flames. These flames condensed into the image of 10,000 demons. They spun and danced everywhere before worshipping the heavenly demon tree. Crack, crack! After merging with the 10,000 demon human transformation painting, the heavenly demon tree grew again. It was now as tall as a dozen people, 2 or 3 times larger than before. At this time, an incomparably domineering and tyrannical aura was born from the heavenly demon tree. It spread out and resonated with the space inside the life's wish sphere. A huge amount of chaotic elemental energy was absorbed out of thin air and then broken down into various beneficial energies that filled the yellow sand inside the sphere. After a full 3 months, the land within the sphere of life's wish, which had originally been lifeless yellow sand, was now overflowing with life. Not only was it filled with purple immortal mud, some parts of it had even begun to transform into green, heavenly mud. Sky mud was refined using a primordial secret method. The ape clan's minor Mount Meru was completely covered in this sky mud that grew countless spirit herbs. And now, after devouring the 10,000 demon human transformation painting, the heavenly demon tree also had the ability to transform the earth into sky mud. It had devoured countless precious elixirs brought out from the ape clan and reshaped them, transforming a portion of their elemental energy into sky mud. The rest was in the process of brewing an extremely pure elixir treasure. The ape clan's treasury was too diverse with all sorts of treasures. In fact, they weren't practical. After being devoured by the heavenly demon tree, all that was created was pure treasures. In fact, for the calming immortal department to develop, 3 things were the most important. The first was elixirs and cultivation. The second was weapons, and the third was armor. Everything else was useless. It was the same as an army. First were rations, then weapons and armor. Therefore, the calming immortal department had gathered all the energy and elemental energy materials to create these 3 things. They would replace the previous Star Trooper armor and Star Trooper sword to increase their power. Even a low-level armor would be able to fly with absolute defense, increase power, and assist in cultivation. After the heavenly demon tree grew quickly, it could definitely do that. During these 3 months, Gu Chansha had comprehended the 10,000 demon human transformation painting along with the growth of the heavenly demon tree. His understanding of the true meaning of humans became deeper and deeper. At the same time, he finally knew why humans were called the spirits of all beings. Actually, the human body contained some secrets that even the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, and North Star Emperor might not have. A human's potential was the greatest, and there was no limit to it. As for why humans were born, Gu Chansha didn't understand. Gu Chen's accumulation was getting thicker and thicker, but he still wasn't able to break through to Tao Realm 20 and cultivate the Heaven Path technique. No matter how much he cultivated, he was just a little bit away. He could reach it, but for some reason, he couldn't break through that bottleneck. The deeper his cultivation, the more he felt that the Heaven Path technique's quality was a key. If he broke through, he would be able to see many things. Qinsha, you have accumulated enough. I feel like your body contains the power to destroy heaven and earth, so why can't you break through? Lu Baiwe found it weird. Chapter 4:31. Gu Qinsha knew about himself. If he wanted to break through to the next realm and cultivate the Heaven Path technique, just like Zhuge said, he had to become a Tao thief. This was different from Divergent. The outliers were clearly trying to rebel. As for Tao thief, he was trying to steal the country's luck and corrupt its finances. This Tao wasn't simple. Gu Qinsha decided to prepare for both sides. On one hand, he would steal the Heaven Path technique, while on the other, he would comprehend Divergent and rebel against the Heaven Path to obtain some unbelievable power. The Heaven Demon Tree is stable. The Black Tortoise Baby said, "Now, even if a top sin attacks us, they won't be able to break through the defense of the common people's wish sphere. Our calming celestial department is stable now." Still not stable. Zhuge's expression was extremely grim. It's just that we have the ability to protect ourselves, but our attacking prowess is still not that great. In order to truly unleash the power of this sphere, we must have a divine-level expert among us who can move the power of the Grotto Heaven. That is a must. Mr. Zhuge, you should have comprehended the 23 transformations past reflection. After cultivating in the sphere of the common people's wish for 3 months, he had reached the 23rd year of the heavenly talisman. Gu Qinsha knew that other than cultivating here himself, Zhuge's incarnation had been traveling among the people, comprehending many secrets of time. Based on his instincts, Gu Qinsha could sense that Zhuge's realm had unknowingly risen. Now, Gu Qinsha's mental energy had reached the level where he could do 2 million things at once. His talent was also that of a natural saint. All of this was because he had activated the Heaven Talisman Emperor's bloodline for the second time. However, he still couldn't activate the power of this bloodline as he wished. If he could reach that point, he would definitely be able to break through all obstacles like a hot knife through butter. Any problems in cultivation would be easily solved. Originally, Tao Realm 23 transformations reflecting the past was a threshold that was really hard to cultivate. Many experts were stuck at this point. Even Fa Wuxian wasn't able to break through when he was fighting Jing Xiao. However, Zhuge was the Lord of 7 Stars. Even without any fortuitous encounters, he would definitely be able to reach the 36 transformations. So, Zhuge was just stuck there for a while before breaking through. Zhuge had been living among the common people for a very long time. He had only been in the calming immortal department for a few years, so he knew very well about the hardships of the common people, birth, aging, sickness, and death, and the passage of time. This was why he broke through. However, Lu Baiwe was still at the 22 transformations, heaven and earth transformation, and hadn't broken through. She needed to comprehend more at this stage. This time, the Heaven Demon Tree has finally grown up. Its strength is even stronger than ours. After discussing cultivation with Gu Qinsha, Zhuge looked at the Heavenly Demon Tree. Next, we need to expand the influence of the Celestial Calmness Department. We need to recruit soldiers and buy horses. The more people we recruit, the stronger the destiny will be. Anyone who agrees with our ideals will inexplicably strengthen the power of the common life's wish sphere. The so-called common life's wish is to gather the wishes of all living things in the world. To expand our influence, the key is still pills, armor, and weapons. We have to send out large amounts of them, especially the pills. They have to be practical. In the past, our minor star returning elixir could still be improved, and it was in short supply among the people. However, ever since the Heavenly Demon Tree was cultivated, our supply has been running low. Now, the business of the calming immortal department has been declining. Lu Baiwe said, this time, the Heaven Demon Tree doesn't need to absorb power to grow anymore. It can give back power. That's right. The heavenly demon tree has absorbed so much Mother Earth milk and countless treasures of the ape clan. The value of the heavenly demon tree will definitely surpass those treasures. In addition, the heavenly dew that you've collected has been completely integrated into the tree. Together with the Mother Earth milk, the heavenly demon tree has supreme power. I've calculated that the heavenly demon tree can condense the most suitable elixir. This elixir is called the human dragon elixir. In an instant, pills the size of mung beans condensed on the heavenly demon tree. The pills fell down like raindrops. He grabbed one and placed it on his palm. The pill was pure gold in color, but there were dark green stripes on it. It was as if a golden bean had been inlaid with emerald green. This was the so-called gold inlaid with jade. I've already improved this dragon pill. Every 10 pills can raise one's talent to slightly good. Then 100 pills can raise one's talent to medium. 1,000 pills can raise one's talent to high. 100,000 pills can raise one's talent to genius. In addition to improving talent, this pill also contains extremely pure connate spirit chi. Not only is it beneficial for cultivation, it can also destroy inner demons and expel demonic chi and demonic nature. After taking it for a long time, even if you enter the demon realm, you won't be demonized. It can also strengthen your flesh. Even if you don't cultivate martial arts, after taking 100 pills, you will have the strength of 4 oxen. If you cultivate martial arts, you will have the strength of 6 oxen. Zhuge said, this pill is an improved version of the small star returning pill. It will definitely be popular both at home and abroad. After taking it, you could destroy inner demons and expel demonic chi and demonic nature. This is simply a powerful weapon against the demon clan. In the past, when the demon clan invaded, the most troublesome thing was the demonic chi. Any cultivator who was invaded by the demonic chi would be demonized and lose all rationality. Not only would they kill everywhere, but over time, they would also be transformed by the demonic chi and become monsters. Guqinsha was overjoyed, and now, after taking this pill, it can prevent people from being invaded by the demonic chi. In this way, even if the demon clan breaks the seal, we humans can calmly resist them. We won't be helpless like so many times in history. This is the most important thing. If this pill is popularized, humans can also kill their way into the demon realm to explore. Zhuge stroked the human dragon pill and was filled with emotion. Once this pill is made, we will have done immeasurable good deeds. At least, it can change the ending of the war between humans and demons. This is actually the supreme secret that was comprehended from the 10,000 demon human transformation painting. Humans are the spirit of all creatures. All demons must understand the supreme secret of the human body in the end. Only then can they transform into humans and transcend realms. From a certain perspective, the birth of humans is actually a kind of loss of control created by the heavenly Tao. Humans are a species that even the heavenly Tao cannot control. That's right. Humans are indeed a species that even the heavenly Tao cannot control, because only humans can produce anomalies. Liu Baiwei seemed to have comprehended something. The 10,000 demon human transformation painting contains the core mystery of humans. In this way, even the demon clan's ultimate goal is to transform into a human and obtain humanity. Only then can they understand the supreme secret. They also have to expel their own demonic nature. That's right. Even the demon clan must understand human nature in the end. In fact, humans are dragons and dragons are humans. There is no difference between the two. Zhuge Ye's words were earth-shattering. The final goal of the demon clan is to expel their demonic nature and obtain humanity. It is the same for the 10,000 demons. In fact, the 10,000 demons also include the 10,000 demons. Demons are just a slightly more extreme type of demons. In this way, the human dragon pill contains the mystery of the 10,000 demons transforming into humans. Then, the natural demonic nature cannot invade. Guqinsha completely understood the secret of this pill. If this pill spreads throughout the world, then there will be no need to fear the demon clan. Even in the future, many adventurers, Jianghu heroes, and radical cultivators will kill their way into the demon domain to obtain wealth. After all, the demons in the demon domain are actually very valuable. After killing the demons, they can get rid of their demonic nature. The flesh and blood of many demons are great supplements. Not to mention the souls of these demons are also extremely valuable. That's what I mean. Since ancient times, humans have been passively defending against the eruption of the demon disaster. They have never taken the initiative to attack. This is because the corrosion of the demon chi in the demon domain is harder to penetrate than the savage forest. Now, all these problems have been solved by our calming Xian department. In the future, even the demon domain will become our Yonko-S territory. Lu Baiyue's entire body was relaxed. In history, the barbarian race had attacked humans countless times, creating a history of blood and tears. Humans had organized armies to resist many times, but because of environmental reasons, they were unable to enter the depths of the forest, and in the end, all their efforts were in vain. But Yonko could mass-produce the horn dragon armor and equip it to the army. This way, they would not be harmed in the depths of the forest. This was a huge threat to the barbarian race. Now, the calming Xian department could mass-produce armors that were 10 times stronger than the horn dragon armor. They also had pills that could resist the demonic nature. In time, the demon domain would just be the next barbarian race. In fact, Gu Chansha could even extract the demonic nature and demon chi, turning the demon domain into a beautiful farmland that could be inhabited. Armor. With another wave of Zhuge Ye's hand, a set of armor descended from the tree. This armor was in the shape of a dragon's head. With a slight movement, wings would appear on its back. Gu Chansha wanted to try it out. With a single thought, the armor appeared on his body. In an instant, not only was everything wrapped up tightly, but it was also impervious to weapons, water, and fire. Moreover, a gush of profound martial will gushed into his consciousness, activating an automatic battle mode. This meant that the martial will and a tremendous amount of battle experience contained in this armor could even battle automatically. It was even like a teacher who was guiding others step by step. This armor could also fly. Sword. A stream of dragon-shaped sword light landed in Zhuge Ye's hand, turning into a sword. There were many runes and sword intents inscribed on the sword, and it could even cause great damage to spirit bodies. Human dragon elixir, human dragon armor, human dragon sword. Zhuge Ye said, "These are the newest products of our calming Xian department. They replace the original minor star Huandan and major star Huandan, as well as the Star Soldier Sword and Star Soldier Armor. They are sold all over the world. Once these 3 items appear, the Scenic Martial Trade Association, the Hongyun Games, and the National Fortune Party will all have to stop." However, the Human Dragon Armor and the Human Dragon Sword are really too powerful. If we sell them at a cheap price, it won't be worth it for our calming Xian department, Gu Qinsha said. Of course not. The Human Dragon Armor and the Human Dragon Sword are divided into different grades. 1 star is the lowest, while 2 stars are slightly stronger. There are a total of 7 grades. Zhuge Ye said, "Moreover, the selling price is very expensive. This is one aspect, but our main business is to rent them." Rent? Lu Baiyue's eyes flashed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.